Hello, a very good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. It's day 3 of competition, the final day of Group A, and the first spot through to Saturday night's final is very much on the line. Steve West leads the pile going into it and struck perfection yesterday. And a little bit of a warning, what you're about to see contains some strobe lighting effects. Steve West became the 8th player to hit a 9-darter here at the MODUS Super Series yesterday, joining Conor Heenahan in the club to have hit 2 or more in the competition. This is the 9-dart Hall of Fame. Conor Heenahan hit the first 2 in this building against Adam Smith-Nill and Alan Norris, respectively. It looked like he had a little bit of a curse over the 9-darters in this competition until Steve West himself hit one against Luke Littler in Series 4 Champions League. And since that point, it really has rained down on 9-darters. It was only a couple of weeks ago that Leonard Gates got one against Martin Thomas. Steve West with a second 9-darter of Series 6, and that was on the back of a 9-darter in Champions League in Series 5. Sebastian Białecki again against Anton Urson, and it is West that tops the pile going into the final day's action. He completed the card on day 2, and this is how the action went. Marco Kantele had a day to forget on Tuesday in Portsmouth. Group C looks most likely for the Finn, but he'll hope a good day will yield confidence for the rest of the week. Simon Adams couldn't replicate his opening day heroics on day 2. The charismatic South African has won many fans over this week. He hopes to have the darting world in his hands. Tony Wood was the big move on day 2, now on 10 points. He might be setting his sights on an outside spot in Group B today. Jeffrey de Graaf finds himself on 12 points, as does Ben Robb. 2 wins yesterday, though, leads him an outsider to progress. De Graaf has gone under the radar somewhat. A consistent stream of wins sees him on the periphery in terms of progressing through Group A. But it's 9-dart hero Steve West who heads the table going into the last day's action. 4 points clear of the rest of the pack going into Wednesday. So Steve West leads the way going into the final day's action. He has a 4-point lead at the top of the table from the 2 players who will be playing in our first game, Ben Robb and Jeffrey de Graaf, respectively. This is how it looks then. West on 16, Robb and de Graaf both on 12 points. Tony Wood having a really good Tuesday, may well put himself in the Group B equation. So that is the table. Let's see now how that correlates in terms of what the bookies think is going to happen. These are the outrights to go on and win Group A over the course of the next few hours or so. And they have Steve West now as the heavy 2-9 favourite to go on and win the group. Ben Robb and Jeffrey de Graaf outside shouts at 5 and 7-1 respectively. So that is the outright betting. And let's have a look and see what the bet builder is saying today. Paying just over 6-1. Simon Adams in the match winner market against Tony Wood at evens. The player handicap West against Kantele again at evens. And then over 2.5 180s in the de Graaf West game at 4-5. And West was on the 180 charge yesterday as well. Pays just over 6-1. But our first game of the session sees Ben Robb in action against Jeffrey de Graaf. These are the players in 2nd and 3rd respectively in the group. And they're the players that could put the early marker on Steve West at the top of the pile. Let's see how the action pans out. And in the commentary box for the day's action, it's a very good morning to Matthew Edgar. And first, Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry, and good morning to yourself. Good morning, everybody. Sit tight for a very exciting conclusion to this Group A, where the winner will be straight through to Saturday night's final, where everybody else will still have work to do. Start with this man, Jeffrey de Graaf, facing New Zealand's
first leg,
Ben Robb, and they've had a bit of a mixed bag over the opening 2 days, Matt. And good morning to you, Matt.
Yeah, good morning to everyone joining us here at the Super Series for the conclusion of this Group A. And I think there's still plenty of darts to be played, despite the fact Steve West is currently top of the table on 16. He said it himself yesterday in the interview that he can come and win 5, and then the next day could come and lose 5. He's still not 100% sure where his game is. And with that, that's going to make it a very interesting day. Before we get into the meat of the
39.
day, shall we have a cast over that bet builder, shall we? How do you feel about that one? Simon Adams to beat Tony Wood. That's our third game this afternoon.
I'm not sure about that because Simon
123.
hasn't made the greatest of starts on the early matches. He's tend to be at his
97.
optimum best in the middle matches. And then yesterday did fade, so we're a little bit concerned about fatigue. And of course, Tony Wood was buoyed by a very good day yesterday,
78.
only beaten by the unbeaten Steve West on day 2.
Well, let's compare the 2 days statistically. Simon Adams dropped 12 points off his average, while Tony
137.
Wood gained 5.
Momentum.
And if we talk about that in terms of actual darts in hand, the difference between the two players across the 2 days was 6 darts.
Wow.
That makes that a very concerning one. Also, the over 2.5 180s. Steve West, 22 maximum so far,
96.
but over
Jeffrey required
245 might be a bit brave.
135.
Yeah, my concern with that bet is whether the match lasts long enough.
I think it's fair to say in the commentary box we're not in full agreement with today's bet builder. So all the best and good luck with your punts today. And Rob wants the ball to take the opening leg of the day.
Yeah, be
29.
gambleaware.org.
Jeffrey requires 16.
Only gamble what you can afford to lose, because ultimately that's what's going to happen. Oh, he's going to have to try and just changes the angle to try and slide down. Well,
Shot on the first
he didn't.
leg.
He went
Jeffrey
high,
DeGraaf.
found the top corner. Harry Kane would be happy with one of those.
Second leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first.
So we'll take a
Neymar.
look now at the players that are playing in this fixture. Look at what's been really good about those. And there's a standout here in
60.
regards to Jeffrey DeGraaf, and it's on his finishing. Monday, 43%. And we talked about how good that was in regards to the best players in the world, only beaten by 2 players.
28.
That finishing percentage. Yesterday, 40%, so really backed up those doubles.
Yeah, listen, he could be a dangerous proposition if he could just up the scoring.
100.
Was something in the first phase of his career where he had plenty of success in the BDO. He was a big scorer,
96.
like most of the young Dutch players coming through. So if he can fine-tune that area of his game with a few more of these,
140.
backed up with that finishing power, I see a lot more of Jeffrey DeGraaf this week.
43.
Player I've been a big fan of over the years, and maybe the relocation and the opportunity just to restart his career. Still a very young man in
59.
darting terms, so plenty of time to maybe fulfill the potential.
80. Jeffrey required 142.
He's 33 years old, now located in Sweden. He is up in that scoring power in this leg. He's completely outplaying Ben Robb, who's been the most consistent player so
86.
far this week. Very small range of performance and averaging just shy of the 90 mark.
Yeah, that's solid. That's going to create opportunities for you
81.
against
Jeffrey
most
requires
players, an average
56.
of around 90. Favourite double is double 18. Established
Shot on
that,
the
and that's
second
why
leg. Jeffrey DeGraaf.
this is steady away for the opening day. Not easy
Third leg,
playing
it's
at
Ben to throw first. Game on.
9:39 in the morning, I can assure you.
We mentioned that scoring power of Jeffrey DeGraaf just being a little bit
96.
maybe the issue in terms of him being able to take that step to go back to places like the PDC Pro Tour. Over the last 12 months, that front 9 average for DeGraaf is
85.
93.75, which if we then compare that against the PDC Pro Tour, out of the 165 players that have played on the
42.
PDC Pro Tour this year, that would rank him 140.
Yep, and that's the problem.
100.
Most players have superior areas to their game. James Wade, not the Not the most
95.
prolific scorer, but even if you compared his first 9 to the 93 of de Graaf, he'd be a long way off. But of course, James so efficient
100.
in the latter stages of legs, whether it be the approach play or that finishing power between 81 and 130.
Well, we talk about James
100.
Wade's scoring power. Front 9 average for James Wade's actually 101.49.
Yeah, and he's not one of the biggest, he's not a, when he used to be called
60.
009, of course, because he used to hit so many 180s, he hit so many 9-darters early on.
$45. Jeffrey require
This is a big game for both players here, and they probably didn't want this to be their first match. This is second and third in the table, taking each other on, where you feel the winner's probably going to be the one that's going to challenge Steve West at the top of the table,
96.
where the loser may start to
Then
get
you
cut
require
adrift.
123.
Well, it was something you touched on yesterday, as we just see, bull.
90. Jeffrey requires 60.
I'm not surprised he missed that after seeing his bullseye challenge a little earlier.
For a double break.
40. Then you require 33.
1 for double 16. Bang in the middle of the 1. He used that dart.
1.
No. So what a chance this is
Jeffrey
for de
require
Graaf.
20.
He would leapfrog Ben Robb with the win here. Really consolidate his place
Shot on the third
at
leg.
least in
Jeffrey de Graaf.
Group B. Yeah, you spoke about it yesterday, the type of practice players do, and sometimes you'll have a
Fourth
player
leg.
that
It's Jeffrey to throw
you
first.
can almost tell
Game
spends
on.
most of their time just throwing at treble 20s. Where maybe with de Graaf, he works a lot on the finishing
95.
prowess of his game. Maybe can neglect the scoring power. It's finding a balance, isn't it?
140.
Yeah, I think the evidence for that was the Simon Adams games, where those opening fixtures, he's missed more doubles in that match than he has for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
95.
I mean, ultimately, it's what works for you as a player, but looking from the outside in, it's an observation, or
57.
we may be guessing, but
We will keep you up to date throughout the day with the live in-play table. We'll let you know all the permutations, who's playing for Group C, Group
140.
B, and who could win this group. This is your live table, which will include the points as if Jeffrey de Graaf has won, because he's currently ahead in this fixture, which
92.
means he could be the man that's going to be closing down Steve West at the top of the table, who does come up in our next fixture. He will be taking on the bottom of the table, the man who's only picked up 2 victories so
135.
far, Marco Kantele.
yeah, and he did. Jeffrey de Graaf, did get a win against Steve West on Monday.
85. Jeffrey require 36. $27. Then you require
Match starts there,
127.
come and going for Jeffrey de Graaf. And Ben Robb take the hinks. It's on. Nearly give Jack Garwood his big
119.
moment there to call
Jeffrey
in the
require
hinks.
9.
But de Graaf, sometimes it's not just about winning, it's how you win. And especially when you're taking on one of your rivals like he is here in Ben Robb.
No score.
Oh, he's not even going to get another
Then you
dart at that one.
require
Busts the
8.
shot. Misses out on the opportunity here to get the 4-0 victory.
Yeah, a real opportunity to make a
Shot on the
huge
fourth
statement
leg.
there, de
Ben
Graaf.
Robb.
Especially beating someone like Ben Robb by 4 legs to 0.
Fifth leg. It's
While
Ben
the
to
player's
throw
still in it,
first.
he's still
Game
dangerous,
on.
no matter what the scoreline.
If we cast our mind back to yesterday, picture number 1, Jeffrey de
123.
Graaf missed 6 match darts to beat Tony Wood. And we said, how much will that fixture be something we talk about at the end of this group, about
60.
how important that was? That could be a leg that we talk about being important, because leg difference could really come into play in this group.
Yep, if by the end of the day he's
100.
For example, maybe on 22 points with Steve West, those multiple missed darts
60.
yesterday against Tony Wood could come back to haunt him. Could well be the difference. See it so often here, don't we? Just that one key game.
134.
Look how quick a game of darts can turn.
81. Ben, you require 144.
All of a sudden, Ben Robb gone from 4-0 defeat conversations to being back in the match.
Fifth leg, Ben Robb.
A 12-dart leg there for Ben Robb, and his biggest finish of the week. He is back
Sixth
in
leg,
the mix.
it's Jeffrey to throw first.
Yeah, beautiful leg of
Game
darts
on.
there from Ben Robb. I think sometimes there's just an observation.
100.
Jeffrey de Graaf can be a bit floaty with the action. Just soften it
58.
sometimes.
You tend to find that that comes from people that are trying to constantly calm themselves down. It's constantly like, try and relax, try and settle, try and get calm. You might be fine, just
57.
go with it. Play with that adrenaline. But
Yes.
too many people just think you've got to be almost numb to that emotion. Play with it, embrace it.
180.
You're getting free adrenaline.
80.
First maximum of the game goes to Ben Robb. And just look at what that little bit
60.
of encouragement has done. He should have lost 4-0.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, he is now throwing 5 points better the average.
Well, he now believes he can win. He's on a bit of a
96.
charge. The complete role reversal from de Graaf being 3-0 up and cruising.
96.
The concern
Ben,
here
you
for de
require
Graaf is this is the
167.
leg he's throwing first. Ben Robb would have the darts in the final leg. Is he going to make the same mistake that
60.
he made yesterday, where he wasn't able to cross the line in fixture number 1?
$100. Ben, you require
More assertive
107.
visit from de Graaf. Treble 16. So de Graaf should get at least a
51.
dart at the ball here.
Jeffrey, you require 88.
Treble 20 for double 14 would be ideal. He's found the treble 20. Double 7 right on the wire.
74.
And again.
Ben, you require 56.
2 more match starts there for Jeffrey de Graaf. He's had 3 visits where he's come to the board to try and get this wrapped up.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
now
leg.
he's going to
Ben
have to go the
Robb.
long way around. He's going to have to try and break the throw of Ben Robb. If you believe in momentum,
Seventh
you'd
and final
believe
leg. It's
that
Ben
Ben
to throw
Robb
first.
he's going to complete the
Game on.
turnaround here. This has been a fantastic performance from 3-0 down from Ben Robb.
$132.
And if you're de Graaf now, try and unlock the mind of that when you've been 3-0 up, your opponent brings it back and it's a 1-3-2.
Well, especially with the memories of yesterday,
60.
which is why it's so important. The sports psychology side of darts, where you can just
96.
rid your mind. You can't change what's happened. You can only change what's happening now. Sometimes you can't even do that.
58.
You can just see it when that treble 19 went in from Ben Robb, the shoulders just dropping of de Graaf. This is a horrible position to be in when you're just seeing it slip away in front of
100.
you. We've all been there and you almost feel like you're powerless.
100.
110 points down on the first 9 exchange.
57.
This has to be a max really for de Graaf to give himself any reasonable hope.
That's a perfect first start.
180.
Well, you called it.
Quality
Ben, you
there from de
require
Graaf.
116.
Absolute perfect timing. But will he get another opportunity to come to the board and try and wrap this up? He will. And it's normally the combination finishes in these situations that are better than coming
56.
3 darts in hand.
Jeffrey require 103.
Yeah, I agree. Treble 17. One of them floaters. They always tend to be
67.
low.
Ben, you require 60.
To complete the
Game shot
comeback.
and the match.
And Ben Robb gets it done. Faced multiple match starts in that match, but well, resists the performance in the early stages of Jeffrey de Graaf. Turn a 3-0 deficit into a 4-3 win. Both players averaging 82, 180 apiece, 2 140s apiece. But the finishing was Jeffrey de Graaf's undoing, 3 from 14. When we come back, table topping Steve West up against Marco Kantele. Welcome back. Match number 2 on the final day of Group A. Jeez. Well, the 9-dart hero from yesterday even called it. Said if I hit the back-to-back 180s, the 1-2-1 is going in. Well, he was as good as his word. He's up against Marco Kantele, 55 from Backski. Uses a very light
First
dart,
leg,
Matt.
it's Steve to
18
throw
grams.
first. Game on.
That'd be why he gets away with being able to use this very slim flight setup. You do need a lighter dart, the slimmer the flight is on the back. Probably plays a bit of soft tip because you have to have a lighter dart on those electronic boards.
125.
Sure do. I was thinking about a Christmas present, but want to keep your walls intact. Yourself one of them soft tip boards for the kids.
140.
A bit of fun at Christmas, and it's nice and safe.
Alternately, you can get yourself some Matthew Edgar darts available from
59.
Steve West, though, has been the standout player. He's top of the table, and rightly so. 22 180s so far across 2 days of play. 6 finishes over a ton.
100.
Double percentage around 40%. Running average 91. It's been tabletop in form, and rightly so.
41.
Yeah, and there's for me a bit more in the locker as well, because traditionally and historically, Steve tends to make a steady enough day on the Monday, and then normally starts to get better. It was interesting speaking to him yesterday after the
61.
completion of the session, and he said, well, you know, it's okay winning it, but to be honest, I'd rather play Thursday and Friday, because all I'll end up doing is just putting my feet up and
100.
doing nothing. I'd rather be playing just to keep that momentum, stay on the board. That'll be interesting, because that
100.
effectively takes a lot of pressure off for today, because if he's not too concerned about getting those 2 rest days, that makes him a dangerous proposition, because he can play with freedom.
96.
Yeah, you win, you
Marco,
win, you
require
lose, you still win.
100.
No negativity there. Opts for a breaker throw here at the first possibility for Kantele. Pulled that very low, and that frustration there is probably not just on that dart, it's the
Game shot
darts
on
for the rest of
first
the week
leg.
where he
Marco
recovers it well,
Kantele.
finding the double 10, which was interesting there. I was about to say during the scoring phase,
Second leg.
feels like Marco
to throw
Kantele is
first.
playing a lot faster
Game on.
today.
Yeah, I reckon you're bang on. Visually, you can just see there's a bit more. Yeah, there's a bit more rhythm, where before he was holding the
121.
aiming position for a lot longer.
$45.
Yesterday, that Kantele was playing better than the results suggested. He did lose all of his fixtures, but he had 287s and 85. You'd expect somewhere he was going to
100.
pick up a result. Maybe today's the day he will get something out of it. And, well, the rest of the table's going to hope so, because if Steve West does lose this opening
100.
fixture, it's going to open the group back up again.
Westy 2 from 2 so far this week against Marco.
Until
60.
this fixture, Kantele's only picked up 2 victories so far. They both came on Monday in fixture number 2 and 5. In fixture 5, he averaged 104.14.
33.
Yeah, he showed in that match what he has in the locker.
$100.
Yeah, that was in a 4-1 demolition job of Simon Adams, who, credit to him, he averaged 94.25 himself in that tie,
140.
but was
Marco, you
reduced to
require
just 2
120.
darts at a double, because Marco was pretty perfect. Well, he was perfect.
I might just be letting Steve West back into this leg.
28.
Steve will be hoping for more than just 1 treble, but 1 treble would be suffice to take him
95.
down
Marco, you
to
require
a
92.
doable out. Too many people go ball anymore, do they, on those kind of shots?
Game shot on the second
Suppose
leg.
that's
Marco
why.
Kantele.
Beautiful finishing here from Kantele. Finishes of 192.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
What point does Steve West start to worry here? Because
100.
defeat to the man who's bottom of the table will open the door back up for Ben, Robb and Graaf, who, if West wins this, you would write Graaf out of it 6 points away.
Well,
100.
I suppose if you can lose to anybody, lose to someone who's not challenging your position.
100.
I suppose in Steve's mind, his idea today would be to beat Robb, De Graaf and Wood. It's pretty much job done.
140.
He's against Thumbs and Kantele are not the players
81.
that will be challenging him at the top.
Kantele, this is significant improvement on the performance that we've seen.
85.
Averaging up near enough on 100. This is the Steve West throw in this
60.
leg as well, so Kantele is potentially on for a double break, which you'd feel would be too much of a task for Steve to turn around.
And if you did back West here, obviously don't listen to the advice myself and
100.
Matt give
Steve,
you.
you require 160.
Avoid those early games because it doesn't feel particularly natural playing darts at this time of the day.
Especially for someone like
100.
Steve who's awaiting
Marco, you
surgery.
require 76.
Correct. This will be probably all the darts he's thrown this morning will have been in this match.
$56. Steve, you
Well, he's
require
going to get his
60.
first darts at a double here. Kantele blinks for the first time on a finish. Westy loves this double. He loves the tops, but that's a bit awkward.
Game shot on the
And he
third leg.
squeezed
Steve
it
West.
between the two darts there.
He literally just threw the dart identically to dart number 2 and relied on the bump.
Fourth leg, it's Marco to throw first.
Fantastic dart and
Game
trust
on.
and understanding of his own technique and the way that the darts fly.
Exactly that.
Experienced dart there that's just put him back in this game, but he's still 11 points down on the average, and he's going to have to find
81.
something here to get a break against Kantele, because this is Marco playing at his best.
Get that question a lot, don't we, with regards to darts, and
83.
totally understand that some darts look lovely and they have beautiful design, but what's more important is to find a dart that you understand and suits your action and grip. Not necessarily what they
59.
look like or what they feel like. Understanding the release point and the flight of the dart at that release point and how it behaves in
30.
the air.
Well, it's your release point alongside the balance point of the dart. Just literally lay the dart on the finger and see where it sits. And then do you grip in front, on it, or behind it?
180.
Ella is all over it.
45.
Here comes the frustration now for Steve West.
$96.
For Steve West, the
100.
hope
Marco,
that
you
he may
require
have is
85.
that Kantele's worst fixture has always been fixture 1, and he's always had a lot of missed doubles in this opening fixture, and that might be the one thing that Steve West can sort of hope for in this, but this is a different Marco Kantele.
45.
Already took out 2 good finishes, the 100 and the 92. Got a sizable lead of 200 points from the scoring phase of this leg.
100. Marco, you require 40.
3-1. Maintaining a high average over 94.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Marco Kantele. Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Again, lovely adjustment.
140.
For Kantele, who hasn't been winning too often,
125.
this may be the hardest leg now to try and get over that line, but he's in a position where he's not really playing for anything. Even if he is to win this game, he's still 6 points off of a potential Group B place.
95.
So he can really play with freedom here.
Which is maybe why he's playing with a bit of a quicker rhythm.
140.
This is where you get that why me mentality if you're Steve West. Why has he decided to
58.
bring his best now?
Yeah, it's that sinking feeling. They've all been there.
$135.
This is fantastic from
Yep.
Kantele.
Can do no wrong right now. It won't particularly phase
52.
Steve as
Marco, you
it's
require
match 1. If
101.
it was match 2 or 3, then there may be a bit of concern. Could be bought. Yeah, I'd agree if
53.
Westy was maybe
Steve,
on a
you require
2-dart finish, but
156.
could have gone for the ball, hit at least a 25, then a 17. He'd be coming back at 3 at a double.
140.
Instead here, he now has to
Marco,
burn
you
a dart
require
by going for the
48.
42.
Just get to pick his double though, hit from this position. His double 16, the double of choice. Steve West looks up with a smile on his face. He's expecting to hear Jack Garwood call game shot and the match.
Shot and the match.
And that is
Marco
exactly
Kantele.
the call that comes. Steve West, the man top of the table, the man who needed the victory there to extend his lead, has gone down to the man who was bottom of the table, only winning 2 fixtures across the opening 2 days. Marco Kantele brings a much improved line of performance today, an average of 94.37, and maybe he is going to be a danger and upset the rest of this group today. Coming up next, we've got Tony Wood taking on Simon Adams.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge. This is day 3 of Group A and it's match number 3. So this will be the completion of our first cycle of games. 5 cycles of matches to bring you in total. 15 best of 7s up next. Tony Wood takes on the infectious Simon Adams, who is having an absolute ball from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game
He's
on.
enjoyed plenty of moments and created plenty of memories. He's had a couple of 100+ averages, Matt.
He's been playing very well, has Simon Adams, well up and above the expectations from his seasonal run-in over in Africa. But we did pick up
93.
yesterday a slight concern towards the back end of the day, a little bit of fatigue potentially kicking in, and he only won one of those last two fixtures yesterday before departing for some well-earned rest.
45.
But there's been some great moments from him. The 107.05 average and the 17 180s that he's hit so far.
Yes, can't be ignored. Yes, not a couple of 100+ averages. He's been on the
60.
Been on the end of some fabulous performances, of course, from other players. Yeah, that's one for the highlight reel. That
100.
107, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, couple of 180s. And he's played with that infectious smile and enjoyment. It's lovely to see.
60.
Here in preparation for an attack at Alexandra Palace, we'll be taking on Rapid Ricky Evans in the opening round of the World Championships. But I think the concern for me is the range. It always is. And the range of performance, we've got a high of 107 and a low of 68.
Yeah, that's always a worry. That indicates the lack of a B game.
140. $44. Tony, you require 148.
Now you enjoy a sporting podcast. Got a chance here. I'll just leave that for a moment. But do you watch the stick to football thing with Roy Keane and Carragher, Gary Neville and Ian Wright? Have you seen any of those?
140.
No, I haven't seen that.
Ooh.
No.
Something you will enjoy. Well, they recently had Ronnie O'Sullivan after his release of his new
95.
documentary.
Tony,
where
you
they
require 8.
basically followed him around for the entirety of the World Championship he won last year. It was fascinating insight into how
Game shot
how
on the
we
first leg,
change.
Tony Wood.
we start playing sport because of ultimately the enjoyment. We absolutely
Second
love
leg,
the
it's Simon to throw first.
playing of
Game
whichever
on.
sport it may be or hobby, or how things change when it becomes a job and your environment becomes a place of work, and how quickly you go from
81.
in ultimately doing something because you did it because you enjoyed it to having to do it, and then the pressures that come with it, with expectation, and how similar individual sport you think with a team sport, because obviously it's 3 footballers or
100.
4 footballers, how similar it is for them, because they not only got the responsibility of the fans but their teammates as well, and how quickly they all fell out of love with ultimately kicking a ball around.
180.
Yeah, I get that. I really do. I think anyone who's sort of gone down that sort of timeline or that journey would find it very relatable.
And how all that, if you're fortunate enough to be
100.
talented and have success, how it manifests itself then into a negative rather than a positive, because of then expectation, and then you'll understand this as well as I do, the need for success to keep that ranking,
72.
to get invited. But how quickly you do, I haven't been, it happened to me, and which is why I stepped away way too early, but when I found it a chore and that I just didn't enjoy doing, I just couldn't do it anymore.
100.
But clearly still love the game because
Yeah.
it's still heavily involved.
I absolutely adore the sport.
Someone else who has that quite infectious sort of attitude and love for the sport could be Nathan Aspinall, who
58.
is potentially a game Simon Adams may have. If he beats Ricky Evans at the World Championship, he'd play Asp, and that's a game I'd like to see, because I think that'd be such a game full of joy and love for the sport.
And I think they'd feed off each other. Yeah, the one thing I pick up from with Nathan, having
131.
gotten to know him
Simon,
quite
you
well over
require
the years as well,
110.
is his love of being in that battle where we all want to win easy, don't we? You know, I'm sure he preferred to, but you can see that when he's got caught up in a real scrap, he absolutely loves it and embraces it, where
78.
vast majority of
Tony
players would
requires
shy
70.
away from that.
Pops for Tony
Shot on the
Wood.
second leg.
14
Tony
data
Wood.
there for Tony Wood, and he is continuing to improve his line of performance.
I often get asked,
Third leg,
what's your
it's Tony
favourite
to
game?
throw
It must be
first.
the Adams one where you were
Game on.
4-1 down and one. No, I got put through the absolute ringer. I hated every bit of it.
See, when I was boxing, what we used to do is if we had the 2-hour session, we'd never spar at the start of the session. They wouldn't let us
140.
because they wanted to see who wanted to spar after we'd done an hour of circuits and some bag work and we
Yeah.
was tired.
Well,
Now who wants to get in there?
With boxing, keeping your shape when you're fatigued is key. If
60.
you sort of unravel in a fight because of fatigue and you don't understand how to create those moments where you can rest by using your feet and understanding your environment.
What you do, you start off, you've got 20 boxes there, you go, right, who
100.
wants to spar? 20 hands go up. Ask everyone when they're tired, you get 2 or 3 hands. And it's the same like if you're going to go for a run, right, I'm going to do 5 miles today. And after a mile, when the heart rate's up and it's beating and the sweat's starting, all of a sudden you don't want to do 5 miles no
125.
more.
Well, I have a little secret of something I do when I've got sort of 10 minutes left of my run, whether I be doing a 5K or a hill run on a treadmill. I do a live Q&A.
140.
Well, I'm not going to quit in front of everybody, and it distracts my mind, because all runners have this insane ability to go through that barrier where your brain's saying, "What are you doing to yourself? Stop."
55. Tony, you require 121.
Being comfortable with uncomfortable situations.
And that transfers over to all sport. Whether you're taking a penalty in a
45.
1-all draw and it's the last kick of the game, or got 3 darts at a double in a tight match.
$95. Tony, you require 76.
For a third straight leg for Tony Wood. Didn't have to go 25 on ball there. Adams back on 166. A bit of time on his hands to sort of
36.
set up the ideal shot, which is Joe's tops. And this would put Tony Wood, if he can complete the job, on 12 points in joint third position. Reminder, he only won 1 match
134.
on
Tony, you
Monday,
require
and that was his
40.
opening fixture.
Yeah, and he's on course here to make it, since then, 5 from 6. Remember, the only defeat yesterday was to Steve West. Have I gone too early? Oh,
20.
dear.
Simon, you require 32.
walked into the live lounge today with Tony Wood, and it was interesting to just get a bit of a insight into how
Shot
he
on the third leg.
feels
Simon
about
Adams.
playing in the Super Series and how his day went yesterday. And he said, I absolutely love the battle.
Fourth leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Have you got one of those Tony Wood shirts in your
Game
locker,
on.
Mace?
No, that's it. I'm not sure what really. It's a bit Dennis Ovensy, isn't it?
If you had to go for a night out in the Simon Adams shirt or the Tony Wood,
60.
where we're pitching ourselves.
Simon Adams.
$89.
Oh, bit of juggling as well.
Is the name of that player
45.
that does that thing where he flicks up and catches?
Zoran Lurchbacker.
That's him. That's the one.
$99.
What's the best sort of trick shot you've seen? That Lurchbacker one's good. Throws the dart up, catches it, and throws it in. Steve West does quite a lot in exhibition, doesn't he?
Yeah, he can throw
83.
nails, Bucky's pens, put straws over the stem, no flight, and can hit everything you go. I think you'd have to go a long way to beat Wayne Mardle's blowing them in the double.
The fact he can actually hit things as well.
I know.
Not just the fact that he does the shot, but he can
100.
actually get close.
Well, I think just blowing a dart out of your mouth and get it to land in the board is an effort. But yeah, I've seen him actually, want double 16 and hit double 16. It is quite remarkable.
And when these sort of things come around, you often think, how did that start? Like, how did
100.
one day you think, do you know what, I'm going to stick a dart in my mouth and blow it in the board? Like someone we've seen here at the Super Series a few times, Aaron Beanie, once got stuck in a washing machine. And it's like, how do you get to the point where you sit around and go, do you know what, I'm just going to
Wonder
get
if
in a
I
washing
can
machine.
fit in there. Well, he is bendy, isn't he?
95.
Yeah, he's very double jointed and all sorts of bits. Just recovering from shoulder surgery at the moment, so I'm sure we'll see him back here once he's fit and well once again.
Yep. Get well with your recovery. Oh, we do the old one where you have the blank bit of
70.
paper and you get
Tony
you get
require
your MC to
180.
hold it over the bullseye or a double. But again, that's just it's muscle memory. But it was a much bigger thing back in the day with the real
58.
exhibition players of the 60s and 70s where they'd take a cigarette out of your mouth with a nail, and health and safety wouldn't allow any of that nowadays, of course.
$129. Tony
And then
requires 60.
The one thrown off your knees or stood on a stool. One of the best ones I've seen, and I can't remember who did it, but there was
Start on the
3
fourth
boards in a
leg, Tony
line,
Wood.
and someone left a double, and obviously we were playing on the middle board, and they went over to the hockey and the
leg, it's
dartboard
Tony
on
to
the
throw
one next
first.
to it,
Game on.
and hit whatever they were aiming for from all the way over there.
Impressive. I like stuff like that. I did an exhibition. I'm not going to name the player though it was, but we did an exhibition. There was 3 of us. It was running late. I was last on, and the player before me
96.
only had to play 4 legs, and every single leg he insisted on trying to hit the double off of a chair. It's like, get off the chair. We're running late as it is.
There's always one.
We didn't leave till about 1:30 in the morning.
100. 140. $81.
Might come down to the 19s here, Tony Wood.
Yeah, 5 of them leave him 170. Anything more as a bonus. This is a nice exhibition sequence actually, because if you hit the
133.
5 of them leave the 170. If you hit the 7, you, like he's just done, you leave the 132, which is in exhibition bull, double 16 bull apparently.
100.
Same
Only
shot, just a
require
different order, isn't it?
132.
Exactly.
Doesn't need to go to the bull here. Might just set this up. Might even go and take it out.
$100.
All business, Tony Wood. I like that.
$85. Tony, you require 32.
It's a very tidy performance, Matt. He's averaging 92. It will drop slightly, of course, if he hits this with...
Game shot and the match.
Well,
Tony Wood.
he's hit it with 1 dart, so it's actually gone up to 92.04, and that's a big win, and he keeps that momentum from yesterday. So, from Tuesday onwards, he's now on 5 out of 6 matches. 92.04, as I've mentioned. 5 140s in there, and quite efficient on the doubles. 40%, and he takes himself into joint 3rd position on 12 points. When we come back, off the break, Jeffrey de Graaf takes on Steve West.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the first round of fixtures here in Portsmouth. And what drama we have seen so far. It began in the very first game when Robb came from 3-0 down to get the better of Jeffrey de Graaf on the last leg side. Two big finishes really deciding the match. This 1-4-4 to bring it back to 3-2. And then Robb getting over the line 4-3. How crucial again could that be in the running, because the table really is congealing somewhat following the first round of fixtures. Before the break, we saw Tony Wood get the better of Simon Adams 4-1, and that was after Kantele got the better of Steve West by that same scoreline. And so Steve West still has a 2-point lead at the top of the table. As I say, that gap cut in half. Robb on 14 to Graaf and Wood now level on 12 points, and Kantele and Adams on 6. So our fourth game of the session sees Jeffrey de Graaf in action up against Steve West. And well, I think we all know by now what happened in this particular fixture yesterday. There's been no promises made today, but what I can promise you is there's going to be some drama to come. And down in the commentary box, Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar are in commentary.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, this is a big game after the disappointment for both players in their opening matches. De Graaf, who led 3-0, had multiple opportunities to take the points, was defeated by Robb 4-3, and Steve West lost to, it has to be said, and be fair, a very good Marco
First leg, it's Jeffrey
Kantele.
to throw first. Game on.
Marco averaging 93.5.
This is a game that could blow this group wide open. Steve West came into today, he was big favourite to win this. He was favourite to win the group at the start of the week, 13-10. Came in yesterday, 13-8. And today, 2-9 favourite. He is to lose this fixture, he will only be 2 points clear. And Robb's coming up against Simon Adams, who's now just hit the bottom of the table. This lap of fixtures, Steve West, if he's not careful, could come off the top.
Good. Apart from closing the game out, opening three and a bit legs, de Graaf looked very good against Robb, it has to be said. But as I anticipated, may see a slightly different version of Steve West in this one. And for the rest of the day. Button. Gets it. 12 dart hold of throw. Acknowledged by Steve West.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
These two will know each other very well, of course. Steve West used to reside in the Netherlands. Fluent Dutch speaker.
60.
In fact, if you heard him speak Dutch, you wouldn't even know he was English.
55.
Spent a lot of time in Holland over 2023, and the passion they have
57.
for the game out there, the darts cafes and the various bars. I went into one venue and they had 8 boards up, and 8 different league matches was playing in that venue on the night.
123.
Yeah, their enthusiasm for the game is beginning to return. I was, of course, out there a lot during the first wave and the Barneveld effect, and it was remarkable, literally incredible.
58. 45.
I did do an article not too long ago on viewing figures. And when we look at the viewing figures in Holland, you can
95.
really tell when they've had a key standout player, because they're normally about 800,000. But if you take, for example, 2017,
59.
when Michael van Gerwen played the World Final, it peaked to 2.1 million.
Wow. Oh.
124.
Couldn't follow up the bull finish. Leg one. Shots on. Oh, another one of those for a real showbiz shot. Look at that from Steve West. What a piece. Just seen de Graaf Missed the ball on a
Third leg,
170
it's Jeffrey to throw
and helps
first.
himself
Game on.
with a 140 out. Welcome back, Steve West.
So we talk about that growth of the game
100.
over in Holland and how when they've got their own player in there, that the viewing figures really do rocket and triple. However, even when Michael
60.
van Gerwen played that World Championship final and the viewing figures rocketed, it still didn't hit the same levels as Germany, 2.3 million.
Yeah, that was that
43.
Gabriel Clemens semi-final, wasn't it? It was that. I think that's the on one of the particular channels out there, outside of football.
100.
That's been their highest viewing figures. When I was down at the Worlds for that, working for Talk Sport, the amount of media from Germany there for that semi-final was remarkable.
58.
That just shows you the impact that Gabriel Clemens has had.
And they're just waiting for that player to break through and make that final, and the game will boom
100.
once again.
Places like Poland now, when they took a World Series event out there, didn't they?
Yeah, sold out
In,
minutes.
yeah.
Then we look at where Jeffrey de Graaf's now
140.
located over in Sweden, and the PDC Nordic Baltic Tour that's developing over there, which is where Jeffrey de Graaf has earned his position
100.
to get himself
Jeffrey
into the
require
World Championships.
160.
Influx of players we've had. Oh, is he going to follow this one up?
120.
Buckled the
Steve
wire.
require 141.
I think if that went in, both players would have just stopped and just sat laughing for a bit.
60. Jeffrey, you require 40. $30. Steve, you
His
require
Achilles
81.
heel so far today. Can he find a bullseye?
56. Jeffrey, you require 10. No score.
Not for the
Steve, you
first time
require
today, he's busted
25.
his score. West, an opportunity to break the throw, and he's missed his opportunity as well. They're fluffing their
No score.
lines.
Jeffrey, you require 10.
Don't think he'll split it now. No, straight for it.
6. Steve, you require 25.
Well, for Jeffrey de Graaf, the story of today could have been so much different.
Game shot on the third
That was a
leg.
bit too
Steve
close for
West.
comfort to the double 17. Shake of the head. Knows he's been a little
Fourth leg, it's
fortunate
Steve
there.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, de Graaf was 3-0 up in his opening game against Ben Robb, our first fixture of the day. Ended up losing that one 4-3 after missing multiple match darts.
83.
He's now in a position here where he's lost his throw to Steve West after missing multiple opportunities once again.
Well, he could have been 3-0 up here had he hit the ball
60.
on the 170 and tied it up that leg 3.
This is going to be the story of what could have been for de Graaf. And the
96.
danger now for de Graaf isn't just looking ahead and trying to close down Steve West. He's got Tony Wood breathing down his neck that could relegate him into Group C.
Yep.
97.
The priority for the players, if they don't win this Group A, making sure they're in Group B, because that's a 5-player field played Thursday and Friday evening with 3 going through.
140.
The danger of Group C, it's a 6-player field played Thursday and Friday afternoon. Only 2 come out of the group.
83.
That's how we make up our 6 Saturday night's final. Why don't you join us? Head over to www.dartshop.tv. You can reserve your
94.
ticket there. It's only a booking fee for the ticket of £2. Doors open around about 6 o'clock-ish. Play gets underway at 7:30.
100.
We'd
Steve, you
love to
require
have you here
88.
with us.
$64. Jeffrey, you require 161.
To get himself back on track.
That would have been
92.
Typically darting
Steve, you
irony had
require
that gone in.
24. Game shot on the
West
fourth
puts himself
leg.
a leg
Steve
away.
West.
From re-extending himself at the top of the table. We've got some great talent joining us this week in groups B and C. Connor Heenahan, a man who's hit 2 9-darters in this venue, will be joining us. Mike Warburton, player I always look forward to seeing. Kevin Dowling from Coventry.
93.
But the man I'm most excited to see, and he represents incredible value at 12 to 1,
60.
Shane McGurk.
Agreed. Warburton. Or thinking about taking up the sport and want to model yourself on a throw. Look no further than Warby.
41.
Does have a lovely action, doesn't he?
Oh, very much so.
100.
Good response this from De Graaf. Dealing with the disappointment well, but the work's going to
60.
start
Jeffrey
in the next leg.
128. 96.
Nice set-up play there from De Graaf, leaving a double after 12. West all the way back on 340. The ironic smile. West
100.
fighting off after finding the treble with the opening dart. Thinking, why'd you always do it when it's too late?
Fifth leg, Jeffrey De Graaf.
Because it doesn't matter. Here comes the big leg.
Sixth
for
leg,
De
it's
Graaf.
Steve to throw first.
Trying to wrestle the throw from West.
180.
Well, he's going to have to wrestle the throw from West. You'd say this is like wrestling the Big Show.
46.
Giant Gonzalez. Andre the Giant style wrestling.
Oh, I know who he is. Oh, hello.
180.
He's Andre the Giant darts. Surely
I can't do it again, surely.
Well, at the start of the show, it said
57.
lightning doesn't strike twice.
How about thrice?
141.
How close that is. Wow.
And it had been for the match again. Yesterday when he did the 9-dart, it was for the match. After 9 darts, he's left 48.
94.
This is how you close it out.
Steve, you require
This is
48.
quality here from Steve West.
28.
Man who's top of the table. Just one more good dart away from regaining that 4-point advantage.
51. Steve, you require 20. Game shot and the match.
Better
Steve West.
from Steve West. He went down in his opening game in a disappointing performance when he lost to the man bottom of the table, Marco Kantele. But that disappointment has soon been rubbed off. He teased us with a 9-dart possibility. But Steve West picks up a 4-2 victory over Jeffrey De Graaf, who again has let an opportunity sail him by. We'll see how his day goes. He's going to be watching over his shoulder, worried about that Group C. Coming up next, Simon Adams takes on Ben Robb.
Welcome back. And up next, it is Simon Adams up against Ben Robb. A real international feel to this one, Matt.
Yeah, two players that are joining us this week in preparation for their World Championship campaigns. And Ben Robb, not just in preparation for that, he's actually engaged in battle here at the Super Series because he is the closest rival to chasing down Steve West at the top of the table. Just 4 points away coming into this fixture.
First leg, it's
lead the
Simon to throw
stage.
first. Game on.
Within one win of Steve West and still has that fixture to go. So is in his hands still. He is going to top this table. Needs to start here with a victory, and we might even start contemplating not just the
41.
idea of victory, but the method of victory as well, because at the moment, Steve West has a 5-leg difference in the legs column, which could be reeled back here if Ben Robb can pick up a sizable victory in this one.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just so nice to not only see players here, of course, who were participating in the PDC World Championship, but the amount of
63.
players that we've been, well, had the honour to have here over the past 12 months, currently competing in the WDF World Champions. We've seen a few yesterday in Leonard Gates, who got a 3-0 win against John Scott. And Jelle Klassen, who was very impressive. His match, Martin Turner, another winner yesterday. Neil Duff, a regular of
81.
the Super Series, of course. James Richardson picking up wins. Wesley Plaisier, Merckx, Gary Stone, and Steve Bartons as well.
83.
And all regulars here at the, or have been here at the Super Series in the last year or so.
You got a pick for Lakeside?
My initial pick was Andy Bartons, and I've seen
100.
nothing thus far, although there's been some standout performances. Gary Stone seems to be in good nick at the moment.
96.
My initial reaction was Gary Stone. He's playing Bartons next.
Yeah,
so
that's a horrible draw for both, really, to be honest.
Glenn Durrant as well went with Gary Stone.
Just into hear Duff's post-match interview, still very
59.
confident of
Ben, you
retaining
require
that title.
86. Game shot on the first leg.
Also hard
Ben
to
Robb.
ignore Leonard Gates with the amount of success he's having of late. Another player here recently
Second
hit
leg, it's Ben to throw
a 9
first.
darter, of course.
Game on.
Leonard Gates. Has it happened before where we've had a 2-code world champion? Could he be the
80.
first? The seniors and the WDF? I don't think there's ever been a possibility where someone's been a 2-code world champion before.
I don't think so.
We've had the possibility, obviously, of a youth world champion before
60.
becoming the main world champion. I don't think we've ever had a contender like we've got now with Luke Littler. I think he's probably the most likely youth world champion to go on and have a good run at the Ali Pali.
100.
Absolutely.
Saw something yesterday in Simon Adams when he was playing that just concerned me a little bit, and it was that fatigue. He almost walked around with a bit of a limp, and I'm seeing that coming in already, which if that's going to be the case, I think this could be a long day for Simon
Ever.
Adams today.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he would have played so many matches and over such a long period, potentially 6
134.
days of darts. Looking at that draw, it is Andy Bartons against Gary Stone, Johnny Tata against Jim Widmeyer, Dennis Nielsen, Alexander Merckx, Plaisier against James Richardson. That's another toughie. Neil Duff, Martin Turner.
121.
Henshaw, of course, as well, for Danny Lauby to be playing.
133.
Leonard Gates got a toughie in Bottenberg, hasn't he, Lauby?
He has, and I do like the potential, though, that All-American clash, because I think that'd be good for darts in America, considering the growth of the game over there at the moment. I think that would be a real good key thing, both for the
81.
players and for the
Ben, you
WDF.
require 54.
Totally agree. Double 10. 2-0. No real
44.
pressure. It'd be a remarkable story if Jelle Klassen went on to win it, wouldn't it? When you
94.
think of, what was it,
Ben, you require 10.
17 years since he won it
Game shot
the
on the
first
second
time?
leg. Ben Robb.
Would that make him the darting Ronnie O'Sullivan? It was one of the questions we had yesterday on our
Third leg,
social
it's
media.
Simon
Do we
to throw
feel
first.
anyone's ever going to do what Ronnie
Game
O'Sullivan
on.
did
Was it
with
30 years apart?
Yeah, massive.
First UK championships, and then the youngest ever winner of it, and then the oldest ever winner of it. That's some record, I think, that
26.
definitely won't be broken in snooker. I think anybody will have the longevity.
And I feel
60.
that's going to be the case with darts as well. I don't see it being one of those sports where we've never really traditionally had longevity in the sport.
Well, because financially, the game is so different, of course, where the previous generation of players had to play into their
45.
50s and, in some cases, their 60s, because the prize money wasn't there as it is today, where you could earn enough to get out by the time you're
96.
40. In Luke Littler's case, maybe by the time he's 25.
The amount he's earning at the minute by the time he's 19.
He's already
60.
earned more money before he's 17 than I earned in my career.
$60.
Don't think the game's ever been in a better place or in a more exciting place. I think we're about to go
58.
through another decade of finding new territories and new stars, and game getting another
57.
growth spurt.
Well, let's be frank in terms of darts. As a sport, it's an absolute infant.
Yeah, it's an untapped marketplace, isn't it?
So much for it to go and where it can go. I've always,
92.
of course I have, I've always compared the darts with the wrestling. But when we look at where that was years ago to where it is now, I think darts is going on the same trajectory.
When you look at mixed martial arts and the impact of the
140.
UFC, who would have thought it 10 years ago?
How many years back would you go? And I mean, not many, maybe 5 years ago.
140.
There wasn't even such thing
Ben,
as a
you require
darts
88.
podcast or that sort of secondary market. It's the bullseye for Ben Robb to get a second breaker throw here against Simon
63.
Adams. And Adams
Simon, you
may
require
get his
80.
first dart at a double in this match. He's been completely outplayed and outscored. But he could keep himself in batting. And he's missed a big number. That's just a sign
40.
of the way this game's
Ben, you
going for
require
Simon Adams. It's
25.
all feeling like effort at the moment. May not be going on for too
Shot
much
on the
longer.
third
Ben Robb,
leg,
one
Ben
leg
Robb.
away from a comfortable victory. And we did say at the start of this game, it's not just about winning, it's how he wins.
Fourth leg, it's Ben to throw first.
We're seeing that range
Game on.
again, aren't we, from Simon Adams, averaging around about 70 at the moment, where Ben Robb's up just over 90.
134.
It's a very one-sided feel to this one. You'd imagine that if this was boxing, they'd be throwing in the towel.
Yeah. Yeah, the ref would have waved it off.
100.
So for Simon Adams, it's that reset mentality
58.
going into tomorrow, and he'll have a much longer rest, of course. Play getting underway a lot later. Have an opportunity just to rest up and get ready.
108.
I can imagine that Simon Adams probably hasn't even practiced for the amount of hours that he's been playing competitive darts for already this week. And at 56 years old,
139.
I mean, I couldn't do this now at 37. So a little bit of fatigue will kick in, the contortion on the body, the load bearing, weight bearing on the legs.
100.
That's just why he's just got that little bit of a limp in the steps, just tightness in the calves.
And it's not something you wouldn't sort of say to yourself in the months before, right, I'm going to get up and start practicing at 7:30 in the morning.
Simon,
Just to get your
121.
Just to get your sort of timings and the feel right. You just wouldn't do it. No 2 left. So to wrap it up, full zip, Ben Robb, 42 for 32.
$58. Simon, you require 81.
Will he get first dart a double in this match? Might be at the ball if he can hit the 12. Oh, bonus. Double 13.
55.
That might be the last dart he throws in this match, because Ben Robb, the dart away from being a win away from the top of the table.
Game shot and the match, Ben Robb.
Ben Robb. It wasn't just about the win, it was about how he did it, and he did it in the most emphatic style. A comfortable 4-0 victory over Simon Adams, who there will be concerns about moving forward, showing signs of fatigue there. But when we look at the top of the table, Ben Robb versus Steve West is going to be a main event clash later on today. But before then, we're going to watch Marco Kantele versus Tony Wood.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Up next, match number 6 and the final match in the second cycle of 5. We are bringing you today from the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's Marco Kantele against Tony Wood, a resurgent Tony Wood. He's on a bit of a roll, Matt, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. When you look at how his campaign has gone, he won his opening fixture and then lost 4 in a row on Monday, was propping up the table with just 2 points. And then yesterday, won 4 of his 5 fixtures.
First leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
Today, wins his opening fixture with a 92 average. So he's not just picking up victories, he's picking them up with a little bit of class and a little bit of quality. But quality is what Marco Kantele has shown us in the opening game today.
100.
After he didn't win a single game yesterday, lost all 5 of his fixtures, came here bottom of the table, beat the man, top of the table, Steve West. It seems to be, when you hit the bottom of the table, you start to play your best. They're like bouncing balls.
125. $45.
That first dart for Tony Wood so far today has been so strong.
76.
Entering the board, nice angle, good penetration on the board. He's really throwing it with purpose.
$100. $92.
In terms of the table, Tony Wood can still play himself into a position here where he can reach Group B. Marco Kantele, mathematically he
60.
can, but you feel that this game, in terms of the importance of the table, is more about Tony Wood and Jeffrey de Graaf, who's not even in this fixture, because he would be the man relegated into a preliminary Group C position if Tony Wood can pick up the victory here. And when you look at the
60.
players that are coming in this week, we've got some quality joining us in Group B and Group C. You'd want to be in that Group B just to have that mathematical advantage.
Yeah, spot on, Matt. Spot on. I'm a bit of a collector of things. There's something that's just come up on Facebook, which is quite interesting. It's an
81.
old match play board signed by Self and Lloydie, Bob Anderson, Lowy, Lim, Dave Askew, loads of old names. Peter Everson, Reg Hardin.
2001 match
Yeah.
play board, the diamond one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And interestingly,
100.
it's showing the back of the board, and I
Marco, you
forgot
require
about these, but they used to have a
115.
camera down on double 16. I'd be scared to hit that nowadays. Or scared that I would hit it. Of course, that's how you know it was a
99.
genuine board, because
Tony,
of
you
the
require 48.
cutout in the actual back of the board that allowed the camera to sit in there. I'd forgot about those. Not anymore, do they?
$28. Marco, you require 16.
Because we use this camera angle that you've just seen there, where the camera is facing the players, but it was always an interesting angle because it used to be around in between the double 8 and double 16 and show a great shot of the
Game shot on a first
line
leg.
into
Marco
the double.
Kantele.
Maybe I can spend some more MODUS money and get them
Second leg, it's Tony
reintroduced.
to throw first. Game on.
I think you take enough of the MODUS money by being here, aren't you? Seeing your invoices. Yeah, I know that board because I believe that one might have originally been
100.
my board.
Oh wow!
Did
Did you donate it?
I played in the. They did like a youth event, And the final was on the stage before Taylor and Burnett's final.
That's right.
And I won that.
28.
Wow.
So yeah, that trivia sort of quiz question. Name a dart player who's played on the World Match Play stage and never lost. It's me.
100.
And of course, Martin Adams played that year, didn't he?
He did
Lost-
quarterfinals.
Lost
I
to
believe.
Lowy.
I believe it was the quarterfinal he made.
Was it the modern player? Oh, he never played in the PDC. Well,
95.
he dipped his toes. He played in the Grand Prix as well.
$100.
Yeah, I was just having a little think about it then, actually. Definitely didn't Google it. He actually made the semi-finals. Lost to Phil Taylor.
So he beat Lowy. Did he beat Lowy in the quarters then?
100.
It must have been a different year, because on this
Right.
year he beat Mick Manning. He beat Alan Warrener. Dennis Smith before losing 17-9 to Phil Taylor in the semi-final, and that's when Phil Taylor went on to play Richie Burnett after a fantastic warm-up act.
177.
Who beat me that year?
Dennis Smith, round one. You averaged 77.
Oh dear.
I bet you're glad I reminded you of that.
Yeah, I've had a shocker there.
140.
It was a 177 for Tony Wood to leave this 24. Beautiful leg again from Tony. 3 tons and a 177. And a
Shot on the
13
second
dart
leg,
leg
Tony
from Tony Wood. He's going to be a player in the back end of this week. He's really grown into this. And I
Third
think when he
leg,
gets
it's
that
Marco
opportunity
to
to
throw first.
be in a qualifying position
Game
in
on.
whatever group he goes into, C or B.
Well, he's now beginning to average into the 90s with regularity, isn't he? He was in the mid-90s throughout through the majority of the match
97.
against Simon. Dipped towards the end, finished with a 92.04. Right now, he's averaging 95.03.
$40.
Martin Adams actually had a couple of appearances in the match
Yeah.
play. 2000 lost to Shane Burgess in the opening round. Again, just racking my memory bank.
Grand Prix when he played Lowy. It
96.
must have been the Grand Prix. I've got it in my head of seeing them play each other.
$60.
Of course, during that period, there was a bit of a rule change. The only tournaments that you couldn't play in both was, of course, the Worlds. But if you didn't decline an invitation, you could. So that basically happened to me. I played in the embassy and then went out first round, so I wasn't contracted to return. And then I qualified for the PDC World Championships. Got dumped out by Taylor, and then went running back to the BDO where I had my run. And when I made the semi-finals, of course,
123.
I didn't have to travel, so I could continue playing in PDC events, but couldn't play in their World Championships because I made a semi in the BDO Worlds. I was contracted back there. So
Okay.
there was some freedom. It was around the Tomlin order.
It was the
58.
Grand Prix. So he beat Peter Manley, Alex Roy before losing to John Lowe 6-5 in the quarterfinal.
I knew it was in the memory bank somewhere.
See, there is a clause now. This is in the PDC contract, not in the rules that are publicised. It's in the PDC players' contract that you cannot play in a
84.
tournament that uses the word world in the title.
Or that is broadcast
Yes. Or streamed.
or streamed.
But if it uses the word world anywhere in the title, you are not allowed to play in it. So, and even like world soft tip
130.
can't play in it.
Which is always a fascinating one for me because the The whole cause of the split and all the ill feeling and problems was based on restraint of trade. And
48.
that is
Marco, you
restraint of
require
trade.
60.
20 and tops for Marco Kantele to hold his. That's a beautiful dart for Kantele. The way his darts land in the board, nice and
Game
flat.
shot on the third leg.
Just always
Marco
going to lay one
Kantele.
on top. That is absolute perfect understanding of his own equipment.
Spot on.
Fourth leg.
Very
It's
much
Tony
like
to
a
throw
player that
first.
has his darts that sit
Game
up.
on.
If he was in the other side, on the top side of the wire, it would have been equally as perfect.
$100. $140.
You'd have feared for Marco Kantele coming into today.
81.
Unable to pick up a victory yesterday. It just goes to show what we always say, that every day different here. And again, that's a perfect dart for Marco Kantele just to lay on top.
Yeah, if you'd have said to me at 9 o'clock yesterday morning,
45.
Marco will go through the day without a win, I would have checked what was in your tea.
$100.
In match number 1 today, we spoke about has Kantele picked up the pace, and he seems to be going back to being more deliberate
123.
again now. He's sort of in and out of various speeds, which, despite the fact he's playing better, would just indicate to me that he's still not got that feel.
Ultimately, not 100% confident.
140.
Tony's just doing enough to keep him thinking.
$60. Tony, you require 80. No score.
Oh, he's bust it.
Marco, you require 133.
Hit the dart. Gone in the treble. Will not get a dart at the double. That gives Kantele a chance now to set something up a lot more reasonable.
93.
Will that be a
Tony, you
critical
require
mistake for
80.
Tony Wood? He's going to hope to hit a treble 20 with his first dart and at least give himself a couple. Get away from that treble. He does this time, goes over safe.
One's double 10.
Also gives us a grapevine.
Game shot on a
Beautiful.
fourth flag.
Beautiful
Tony Wood.
darts from Tony Wood. What a recovery there after busting the 80. Even giving us a 1-2
Fifth
step.
flag. It's Marco to throw first. Game on.
That's Stuart. He could be on Strictly. Just showing great composure, though. Good mental strength. And good technique.
100.
Here's a question then for our social media watchers today. Get in touch with us at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We would like to know, you mentioned Strictly, one of the favourite shows off that sort of broadcast for me is The Jungle.
82.
Who would you like to see go into The Jungle? 3 names, dart players. Who are your darting 3 that you'd like to see? For me, I would love to see Kevin Painter go in The Jungle. I think that'd be great watching.
Wow.
100.
How's your luck? Another bush trucker trial.
Imagine putting a plate full of
More
bugs in front of him.
more eyeballs to eat. Would be great TV.
Oh, it'd be golden. Who else would you like to see in the
39.
Have you anyone you'd like to see in the jungle? I'd like to see Darius Labanauskas in there doing every single Bush Tucker trial.
I'd like to see Big Boris Krutschmar. Get him in there. He'd sort it out. If he got hungry, just eat the
100.
contestants.
Please do get in touch at MSS Starts. Let us know who you would like to see go in the jungle. We did have a dart player, didn't we? Eric Bristow went in there a few years ago.
He was brilliant.
100.
Made the latter stages. No filter Eric. I'm amazed actually he lasted as long as he did, but public did love him.
137.
Who would you like to see in there, did you say? Labanauskas, Painter, and who else?
I'd like someone in there who was a bit of a wind-up. Someone who's doing a
41.
rile it up a
Marco, you
bit. So maybe
require
Van Gerwen.
64.
Yeah, that's a good shout. Tops, I think. Yep, it's in the 8.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Didn't
Marco
expect him
Kantele.
to miss that one for some reason. Yeah, again. Tony Wood's going to have to find
6th
something.
leg. It's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Do you know someone I think who could legitimately get invited to the jungle? Someone who I think would work quite well in there, but I think is iconic enough within the sport
45.
that potentially could get an invite, and next year would be the most suitable time to do it. Russ Bray.
Yeah, that's a good shout. That's a great shout.
$140.
If you put Bobby George in there and just gave him a saw and a nail, a couple of nails and a hammer, he'd build a small village by the time he left. With a full working Chinese kitchen.
66.
I think the dump button would be his downfall. Beep, 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 beep. That'd be it. That's all you'd hear. Be like you're watching some kind of Morse code program.
83.
But Russ Bray would be brilliant. He's got some stories as Russ. He's certainly lived a life.
And on the back of his upcoming retirement, I think it would be a good time for him to be in there.
121. $100.
Kantele closing in towards the finishing line, and Tony Woods played himself into a possibility where he can get into that Group B. Hey, just be falling short at one of the biggest hurdles. Will still have to play Jeffrey de Graaf, which could be a deciding factor on who takes that Group B position.
97.
Oh, Marco has got the darts now. The end of this leg. Doesn't like that one. Well, how much of it can he see?
58.
Little bit of a reprieve. Tony Wood. He find a couple of red bits to leave a double.
$41.
Should have gone for the ball there.
Marco, you
with the
require
final dart.
120. Game shot and the match, Marco Kantele.
Marco Kantele lost all his fixtures yesterday and he's turned up today, and he might go through the card in the opposite way. He is playing some fantastic darts, an average of 94 in his opening game. He's backed that up with an average of 90 here and a victory over Tony Wood. That moves him off the bottom of the table and relegates Simon Adams to propping up the table, who is coming up next, hoping to get off the bottom when he takes on Jeffrey de Graaf.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Marco Kantele get the better of Tony Wood by 4 legs to 2. This is what we've seen already today, and we have seen, well, Steve West win that game against Jeffrey de Graaf before the break. That now means the Swede is 2 defeats from 2 to begin his day, and his hopes of going through now are in peril. Loses this game, he is out against Tony Wood. So that's what we've seen so far today. Let's see how the table correlates then as a result of that. Steve West, top of the table, 18 points to his name. Ben Robb on 16 in behind. He's the closest chaser so far. And these two meet in game 14, right at the back end of the day. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops. Jeffrey de Graaf is still in with an outside shout. Tony Wood on 12 points as well. That could be an interesting battle as far as Group B is concerned as well. Marco Kantele with that win moves himself on to 8 points. And so we move into our 7th game of the day. It sees Jeffrey de Graaf in action up against Simon Adams. Big game this for Jeffrey. But before we go down to Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason on comms, you're mentioning I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Now, who from the MODUS Super Series would you like to see participate in next year's Jungle? Then, hey, I'll throw my hat in the ring if if you fancy me in there.
I don't think he'd last 5 minutes, Matt.
I would love to see Henry in there. It'd be the first out, wouldn't it? It'd be one day in and he'd be off home. It'd be that one that's, oh, I feel homesick. I want to go home, see me mum. That type of person. But this is a big game for de Graaf, as Henry's just mentioned. If he does lose this fixture, he is no longer able to win this group, and it's his own fault, really, when you look at it. He had 3 matches here where he probably should have won. 2 today and 1 yesterday against Tony Wood. He could have been top of the table.
Yeah, if you put them 6 points on, he would be joint top of the table with Steve West.
100.
Sam Adams has been struggling over his last 4 fixtures.
140.
To get back on track, and he might be encouraged by the lack of killer instinct that's been shown so far by Jeffrey de Graaf, because that's all what's lacking.
93.
He's playing himself into positions. He's just not crossed the line.
Yeah, he's not converting his advantages into points. He's creating opportunities and plenty
60.
of them.
$85.
This man, of course, plays Ricky Evans in the
60.
Worlds. Ricky Evans would be a bit of a shout. Like some fun and games.
$100.
I believe Ricky Evans has actually been quite a commonly suggested one
Oh.
so far, along with Wayne Mardle. Paul Nicholson has gone for Jockey Sid and Mark Webster.
66. Jeffrey, you require 123. $51.
How about Peter Manley? Talk about wind-up merchants. My
Good
goodness.
shout. Good shout. Like that. Got another one here for Glenn Durrant as well, who is a very understated wind-up merchant.
60. Jeffrey, you require 72.
Chance here for de Graaf. Hold his throat. There's been the issues with him just making harder work of things than it needs to
52.
be.
Simon, you
I
require
suppose
115.
if people struggle to sleep at night, it'd be ideal to have Glenn in there, wouldn't it?
$59. Jeffrey, you require 20.
Another opportunity here for de Graaf to get that early holder throw.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's
Jeffrey
going to be a
DeGraaf.
confidence builder. It's drama-free. Just get it with that first start.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Fantastic suggestions, though, for the jungle. Please do keep those coming in, guys. Wayne Mardle seems to be a very, very popular choice.
140.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah, I can't imagine Wayne eating bugs and...
60.
You can see they're fairly neutral. He's slightly below horizontal, but
59.
not by a huge amount. Nearly all of them. Yeah, the two dart players I'd go for. Actually, three. I've got it
41.
sussed. Jim Williams, Peter Manley, and Wayne.
See, every time I think I've got it sus, someone gives a cracking suggestion, and Lil on X,
140.
fantastic suggestion from you, Richie Burnett.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Just give him the trophy. He would eat anything.
140. Jeffrey, you require
Better darts here from
161.
Yeah.
Simon Adams. And is the Graaf going
53.
to start getting that mindset of
Simon, you require 121.
just seem to keep running into everyone's best?
Yeah, get that. Here we go again mentality.
$51. Jeffrey, you require 108.
Double 16. For a
Gets it on the
beautiful
second
finish for
leg.
Jeffrey de
Jeffrey de
Graaf.
Graaf.
Caps off a 15-dart leg. And he's still in there fighting. For him,
Third leg, it's
Group
Jeffrey to throw
B
first.
is probably
Game
the
on.
target, but he's still got a possibility of winning this group mathematically. So a sizable victory here against Simon Adams, who's been struggling, is well,
100.
the minimum requirements.
Yeah, he would still have it in his mind that it's a possibility. For me, Jeffrey would be just looking to consolidate his place in the either position 2 or 3 to avoid
80.
Group C.
Oh no, I've been named. No, thank you. That's not for me.
No,
I don't
listen.
even like eating my dinner if there's a fly in the room.
I don't like.
137.
I can't eat fish because I'm allergic to it.
It didn't stop you though, did it?
No, but that was just an experiment. And I'm a fussy eater, really. Not on the level of Matt Edgar, but
121.
I couldn't eat a cockroach, or I couldn't be put in a box full of reptiles.
So when de Graaf came up and hit that double first start in hand, that they're confidence builders, and that
140.
appears to be the case here for Jeffrey de Graaf, who went out in 15 darts in the next leg, and he's looking very good to be out in 15 or less here with the throw, which forces Simon Adams to go out in 12.
You're spot on. Ton 137, 140.
26.
And he's got time on his hands here, Simon
Jeffrey, you
Adams,
require 124.
a long way back. This is just comfortable at the moment for de Graaf.
That leaves 32.
The target of which took out on the end of the 108 combination.
$27. Jeffrey, you require
At least 6 darts
32.
here for de Graaf. And we sent out
Game
the
shot on
warning
the third
signals
leg.
early on for
Jeffrey
Simon
de Graaf.
Adams. The sort of limp in the step, the signs of fatigue was showing early on.
Fourth
Could
leg,
be
it's Simon
a long
to throw
day for
first.
Simon. He is currently playing in his third fixture. He'll have
Game
2
on.
more fixtures still to go. Those fixtures against the man top of the table, Steve West. And Marco Kantele, who's having a much more improved performance
43.
today, winning back-to-back victories with 90-plus averages.
Well, all round, this is a good performance from de Graaf, averaging 96, a ton plus finish, 75% on his doubles.
125.
This is the level of play I certainly expected from de Graaf.
$140. $58.
one thing that's got to be said, though, about Simon Adams. When he's been winning, he's been smiling. When he's been losing, he's been smiling.
60.
He's just enjoying the experience regardless of the result, and he's just taking it all in his stride and embracing every single moment of this. And we'll see him for a couple more days yet, available on Thursday and
43.
Friday, and we may see him on Saturday still.
Well, we've seen it before where players have struggled across the opening 3 days, but talk about embracing things. You embrace that reset mentality and you can go again.
100.
The one that really stands out for me was the Graham Usher situation when he finished bottom of Group A, then won the week.
Yep. Did it in some style.
44.
Group A is only
Simon, you
Monday,
require
Tuesday, Wednesday, and it's an
158.
opportunity to qualify for finals night. It doesn't win you the title. It doesn't win you the week.
More often than not, it can be detrimental if you win Group A. How often we've seen people dominate Group A and then
24.
not be able to get back to that level after 2 rest days.
$54. Simon, you require 130.
Simon looking good here. Maybe only a consolation leg. Oh, another one of those. Leaves double 10. He's got
On
game.
the 4 flag, Simon Adams.
He hasn't had many darts at a double today, just the 5. But he's been successful with 2 of them, and that one
5th
on the
leg, it's
end of a
Jeffrey to throw
1-3-4
first.
combination. Just to
Game
remind
on.
Jeffrey de Graaf that he's not going to have things all his own way. And Jeffrey de Graaf's been in this position before. He's been in this position today. Match number 1 went 3-0 up against Ben Robb. Ended up losing 4-3.
108.
He's going to do everything he can to make sure he doesn't feel like that again.
What you want to do when you're in a similar situation is do exactly what de Graaf has just done. To banish any negative thoughts.
85. $140.
Eased us.
Hello.
121.
And this is just what happens when you're playing with freedom and enjoyment and you're just enjoying the experience and the day. It doesn't matter if your opponent's running away with it. Very positive
41.
mindset to have, and you only tend to find that you get this every now and then because eventually it becomes the norm when you come to events like the Super Series. This is what you was talking about before when you talked about that line that people go on and how it starts as fun and enjoyable and then eventually it becomes your job.
100.
Simon Adams is still in that first
Jeffrey, you
step
require
despite being
140.
56.
Yep.
Well, he's just had a 1-3-4 hit against him. Nearly
100.
retaliated back with a 140 of his own.
I believe tops after 12 in a leg you need to win 4-1. More than acceptable.
95. Jeffrey, you require 40.
So tops for de Graaf. 3 darts in hand to get his first victory of the day. That double 10 for
Big shot
Jeffrey de
and
Graaf
the match,
keeps his hopes
Jeffrey de
alive
Graaf.
of being able to qualify still through this Group A. He's still in there batting mathematically, but he's going to need to be perfect from now on. And that's a great start for de Graaf, an average of nearly 92 in a 4-1 victory over Simon Adams, who stays at the bottom of the table. But our attention turns and the story comes to the top of the table. Can Tony Wood stop Steve West? We'll find out next.
Good morning and welcome back as we reach the halfway stage on the final day of Group A. And it's table topping Steve West up against Tony Wood, who's part of the chasing pack. Although defeat here for Wood would mean, of course, he'll be unable to catch Steve West at the top of the table. It's not been a happy hunting ground for Tony Wood against Steve West thus far this week, but
First leg,
a
it's Steve
much
to throw
improved
first.
level of play over the last
Game
couple
on.
of days for Tony Wood, who's won 5 of his
100.
6 last competitive games since Tuesday morning. He's on the up. Opened his campaign today with a victory. 92.04 average against Simon Adams. Went down to Marco, who played very well against him. He averaged over 90, did Marco, and was 4 out of 5 on the doubles.
57.
Far too clinical.
We're at that point of the day, though, where victories for Steve West is going to start swatting people away, and a victory here for West would eliminate Tony Wood from the possibility of winning the group.
96.
Steve West's next fixture would then be against Simon Adams, who has now gone on a losing run of 7
41.
consecutive matches. And the concern for me around Simon Adams and this run is the longer it's going, the less opportunity he's getting. Today has only managed 5 darts at a double across his 3 matches. He had a game yesterday where he didn't even
100.
manage a dart at the double, and that was in fixture number 4 when the fatigue was really starting to show its signs. So for Steve West fans and backers who have
95.
backed him to win this group, it's all starting to look a little bit more rosy should he be able to beat Tony Wood.
$26.
Darts like that are not going to concern Steve West too much.
100. $117. Steve, you require 108.
Tops.
88. Tony, you require 122.
This is his favourite, but it'll be 4 18s and bull for Tony Wood. Oh, the shot's off.
$69. Steve, you require 20.
Hold a throw for Steve West.
Game shot on the first leg. Steve West.
19 darter for West. He's took 7 visits to the board,
Second
but he
leg,
won't
it's Tony
mind,
to
and
throw
that is a
first.
missed opportunity there
Game
for
on.
Tony Wood. If you get 6 visits to the board to get a breaker throw against a player like Steve West, you've got to gobble up those chances.
100.
Reminder, our social media topic for today, please do get in contact at MSS Darts, is which players
90.
or darts personalities would you like to see in the jungle? Another really good suggestion has come through, and it's come through a few times now. It's another one I can't believe that we haven't already mentioned, who would be absolute jungle box office.
81.
Cameron Menzies.
Imagine Menzies and Burnett in there together.
Maybe we should just have a whole darts jungle.
81. $140.
You know what? I would like to see someone like Paul Nicholson in there.
45.
just because how precise and trim and proper he is. Trying to live in a jungle, I think, would be interesting.
Well, as you know, with
140.
Paul, everything's got to be just so. And in there, I'm not sure. I think it'd drive his OCD mad.
180. Tony, you require 40.
If he was having to eat, I don't know, for example,
30.
some kind of
Steve, you require 105.
bizarre part of an animal, he'd have to have it cooked in a certain way with a special type of sauce. Top stops. Not for the first time today.
Game shot on a
He
second
finds the
leg. Steve West.
tops. Did it on the 140 a little earlier,
Third
of
leg,
course.
it's Steve to throw first.
Found the treble 20 and
Game
popped
on.
in tops.
100.
Tony Wood is ruining, giving Westy the opportunity at that. Steve, of course, not the only
60.
great dart player with the name West. His brother Tony, a former world master, a fabulous player in his own right.
41.
Tony was World Masters
78.
champion, wasn't he? Beat
He was,
Barneveld in the final.
correct. Made another final, didn't he?
Was it Mark Dudbridge he played in
Yep.
the final the previous
28.
year and then went on to beat Barneveld a year later?
That's the way you right the wrongs, isn't it? In just one final takes some doing, especially back then when you come through the field.
99. 100. 100.
Around 2001-ish.
65. Tony, you require
2003.
164.
Right.
Then moved on to the World Championship that year, lost second round to Andy Fordham.
No shame there.
140. Steve, you
Lovely
require
setup.
167.
We've seen one of these already this week. 60-57 and ball.
97. Tony, you require 24. 12. Steve, you require
Not afford
70.
to do that. He's now none from 6. The outer ring. Steve West, 2 from 3. Well, he's going to have to go 14 ball. 18.
Shot on
Wow.
the third leg, Steve West.
Basically what he's done there, he's just thrown a wide single 14. If it
Fourth leg, it's
finds
Tony
the
to
double,
throw
it's
first.
a bonus. You've got more chance of
Game
hitting
on.
that than the treble, of course.
And a bigger section as well, bigger, fatter part of the single. So, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely on board with that play. And tell you what, that year, Tony West won the World Masters. I don't know who was divvying up the prize pool that year,
137.
but he won £10,000. Barneveld runner-up got £3,000. So it's £13,000 between those two players. Remember, the Masters is like 200-odd players. The rest of the prize pool available to the rest of the players after the finalists was £3,800.
66.
Yeah, when I made the semis, the year that Walton won it, 99 or 2000?
Walton won 2000, beat Merman King 3-2 in the final.
Yeah, he beat me in the semi-final. And Ollie handed my check, which I took straight back to him. So there must be
140.
some kind of mistake. I mean, it was the second most prestigious event in the BDO. I got £900 for the semi-finals. Remember, you had to
55.
qualify en route, and the amount of players and matches you had to play to get to that stage, I was disappointed. Let's put it that way.
Sure, you didn't say too much about it at the time.
I did get a set of darts as well, which I
54.
really needed.
$140. Tony, you require 170. $60.
For West, this isn't a concern if he can carve out an opportunity bonus, but this is on the Tony Wood throw, and well, he's
Tony,
hit 2 double-doubles already. He'll like the opportunity here at 100. Should Tony Wood not find the 110? He has only hit one finish over 100 so far. That was the 104. He's not going to add to that. And West, if he doesn't hit this treble, expect
Steve,
a third
100.
potential double-double.
$80. Tony, you require 12.
On reflection, he'd have been happier to have hit a single 20 the way he's been hitting tops.
So ironic, isn't it? You hit
Shot
all
on the
those
fourth
double-doubles,
leg,
and when you
Tony
only want
Wood.
one, you can't find it.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first.
But this will be the leg that Steve
Game
West would have been
on.
eyeing up. That last one was just a bonus. You always look at the ones where you're throwing first as the ones where you need to try and capitalise.
100.
West, he's going to have the throw in this leg and the last leg should it go the distance. Tony Wood is going to need to find one of those 15 dart under legs.
60.
Blocker, but we know how good he is at working around that dart.
100.
Display there. Rescuing the situation with a ton. Forcing the hand of Wood, who's going to need a 2 treble visit.
81. $180.
If you ever want to understand or watch a way to close out a match, a masterclass session, this is what we're seeing here from Steve West. Treble a throw, first couple of visits.
100.
Slow
Steve,
it
you
down.
require
Nice big
121.
mats.
Yeah, and that's his 26th. Double 18.
Game shot.
And
under
another
match,
10
Steve
plus
West.
finish in a 12 darter, and exactly that, how to close the game out. Closes it out with a 12 darter, an average just shy of 91, and a real array of incredible finishing in there from Steve West, and finishes with 4 from 7 on the doubles and moves to 20 points on the table. When we come back after a very short break, Robb will be taking on Marco Kantele. Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for the final match of the third cycle of games, and it's Ben Robb taking on Marco Kantele. Currently, Ben Robb sits on 16 points, 4 adrift of Steve West.
First leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on.
Marco holding on to 5th position on 8 points. Oh, Tony Wood not out of the equation in making
65.
Group B. Robb with the opportunity to close the gap on Steve West to just
60.
2 points. Move to 18.
Well, for Ben Robb, the final fixture of the day is against Steve West. He does have the throw in that match as well. So if he can keep
59.
himself close enough to Steve West, he'll keep that game exciting and keep plenty on that for him. The danger for him, though, is Steve West comes back to the hockey in the next game and he's taking on a man who is starting to visibly struggle in
99.
Simon Adams. And I think that fixture's probably just going to come at the wrong time for the hopes of Ben Robb.
121.
But of course, a fabulous opportunity for Steve West just to wrap things up.
100. 180.
And the backers as well are
60.
feeling the same.
Then
The
you require
money is
76.
flying in for Steve West in that next game against Simon Adams.
Well, he was already relatively short around about 9 a.m. this morning at 1-2. Has he strengthened?
Yeah, he's 4-11, so getting closer to the 1-3 mark now, and I expect by the off that's going to possibly come in a little bit more.
Beautiful setup.
150. Ben, you require 8.
Is it too late? Enough. Yeah,
No
that was
score.
just enough
Marco, you
to
require 32.
get the cogs turning in the mind of Ben Robb. 2 16s for 1-0 and a break of throw.
$28.
Both players missing
Ben, you
opportunities.
require
8 darts so far between the pair. And 8 is the number here for Ben Robb.
$6.
Taking his head mid-throw there,
Marco,
Ben Robb.
you require 4.
Big sign of the lack of confidence here on the outer ring, and Steve West will be absolutely loving what he's seeing here because he put himself into a very good position.
Ben's yet to lose to Kantele.
Game
Beat
shot
him
on
on
the first leg. Marco
both
Kantele.
their meetings and by the same scoreline of 4-2.
Second leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
8 darts at a double for Ben Robb.
45.
The doubles haven't been a problem for him the first couple of days. A 39% checkout rate on Monday, 33 on Tuesday, so no dramas there, but the drama is
140.
purely in that league table for Ben Robb. They're only playing up to 15 fixtures, so if he is not able to get the result in this game, he will only be able to win it on leg difference. Because Steve West already on 20
96.
points. That would mean Ben Robb could only reach 20 points, which means the next game might just seal the fate of the Group A winner if Ben Robb is not able to
58.
turn this around against Marco Kantele. It's that time, isn't it? The ifs and buts and the maybes and cut-offs. Scoreboard pressure.
60.
Something we don't get anywhere else in darts. Unique part of the Super Series.
On this day,
58.
around 12 months ago, number 9, Ben Robb was facing Kieran Tehan. Group that also featured Jerome Meach and Annie Van Tripe, Raymond
58.
Smith, Adam Atkinson. Saturday night on that occasion, didn't he?
He did. He's one of a couple of players here this week that have 100% records. Steve West, one of those, played here 4 times, always made the Saturday night. Connor Heenahan played here 5 times, always made the Saturday night.
64.
Good records
Then
as
you
well
require
for
130.
Warburton McGurk for Neffs. Double 8 for a 130.
122.
And the game is being commentated on by 2 players that have always made the Saturday night.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Well made. What all the fuss is about?
60. Then you require 8. Game shot on a second leg.
Better there
Ben
for
Robb.
Ben Robb. Puts the disappointment aside of the 8 missed starts in the opening leg and levels us up, gets that breaker
Third
throw
leg,
straight
it's Ben to
back.
throw
And
first.
for
Game
Kantele,
on.
he's starting to slip back into the form of the last couple of days, rather than what we've seen so far
82.
today, where averaged 94 and 90 opening couple of fixtures, hitting 8 of his 14 attempts at doubles.
$100.
And just tinkering with the pace, Marco Kantele. It's like he's using today to try and find something for the back end of the week.
95. $23. 84. 95.
I work out if there's some pattern to the changes of the pace that you mentioned, Matt. But
94.
Just didn't penetrate the board enough, did it? Just
seemed to
76.
land on quite a strange angle. I'm not sure if the dart
And you
had
require 146.
fallen out of the hand.
I was watching the throw, and there was a bit of lift in the shoulder, which obviously means you're not propelling the dart with
57.
forwards power. You're losing a little bit in terms of upwards trajectory.
$97. Ben, you require 89. Game shot on the third leg. Ben Robb.
Much better finishing here from Ben Robb. That would be the difference between the 2-1 now and the
leg, it's
potential
Marco to
3-0
throw first.
scoreline.
Game on.
Kantele is not producing the way he has at the start of today.
Yeah, well, the conclusion of leg 1, Ben Robb's 2 from 3 on the doubles.
59.
And that's the thing with this format. You can make a mistake and still be okay. You just can't make a mistake twice.
60. 60. 93.
'He's losing the line a lot more in this game now, which just causes frustration when you're not even throwing the darts
26.
straight. And you tend to find that you do struggle a bit left and right when you use these sort of smaller flight systems. You've got to literally release it perfectly, get that thumb off the
41.
dart, or you just get that little bit of ride.
Yeah. Just drop over the top and does exactly that.
83.
Loses the line with dart 3. Again, it looked a little erratic on dart 3. That smoothness.
96. 97.
Be a beautiful time to fill that up. One of those sort of shots like the 212, the
79.
220 when you can hit a max and leave a finish. That single dart in hand. He has left one of the most appealing on the eye finishes.
94. Ben, you require
Start
132.
on the bullseye. Another. Wow. Well, he's got the line right. He's just
Totally lost the length.
100.
great recovery.
Marco,
Yeah.
you require 82.
.49 left. Kantele still leave tops. He does for a level game.
62. Ben, you require 32.
3-1. Treble 10 here with this final dart,
Game
giving
shot on
him
the fourth leg.
the
Ben
opportunity
Robb.
at this double, along with the miss from Marco. Puts Ben Robb in a great position
Fifth
at
leg, it's Ben to
3-1.
throw
Has
first.
the darts here to just
Game on.
seal the deal.
Well, that's the hard work done in this match for Ben Robb. He had the advantage of throw. He's now got 2 lives, essentially. He's bought himself
123.
an extra opportunity here in this match, and he'll have 2 legs now with the darts to get this one wrapped up. Opened up pretty well there, finding a couple of treble 20s.
134. 140.
Backs up the 1-2-3 with a 140. Keeping Kantele at arm's length.
140.
Well, Kantele is not interested in being at arm's length. He's starting to find that form that he had in match number 1 and 2.
100.
Ben Robb hoping to keep tabs on Steve West. Hoping to reel him back within 2 points. Just keep that scoreboard pressure on West before he goes into bat next against Simon Adams.
100. Ben, you require 138.
On for the Humphreys.
64. Marco, you require 127.
So we go from the Humphreys to the Hinkses.
127 in game. Well, it won't be for the game. It'll be for the leg. No. Ben Robb back for
99.
42 for
Then you
32.
require 74.
20 and tops. Great. Comprehensive 4-1 win.
34. Marco, you require 28.
The Mensa. We might as well keep the theme going. A double 14.
Game shot on the fifth
Better leg there from Marco
Kantele.
Kantele. He had his throw broken. He's hit straight back with a 13 darter. And that's the form that he was showing in match numbers 1 and
Sixth
2
leg, it's
today.
Marco to throw
Where
first.
he did kick his day off
Game
with
on.
what would be a surprise acca busting fixture when he beat Steve West and then followed it up with a 4-2 victory over Tony Wood.
180.
And here he comes again. Ben Robb's going to get Ben robbed because
100.
he was 3-0 down in the opening game, turned it round and won.
Yeah.
Kantele, no, he's not going to Steve West with a 9 darter.
70.
Steve West now one of 2 players to hit multiple 9 darters in this venue. And it just so happens that the other players here this week as well, Connor
42.
Heenahan. Maybe we'll get another 9 darter.
He arrives on the... Well, he'll be arriving today, I'm sure, but he will be playing tomorrow night in a group with
137.
Morby and McGurk and players 2 and 3 from this group. But at the moment,
140.
that's Ben Robb
Marco,
and
you
Jeffrey
require
de Graaf. What a group
114.
that's going to be tomorrow night. Look, picking the 3 from 5 from there.
$74.
What a turnaround this is from Kantele, who just refuses to
99.
roll over.
Marco, you
He
require
had a 13
40.
darter to break the throw, and he's on for a 13 to hold.
Game shot on the sixth
Back-to-back
leg. Marco
13
Kantele.
darters from Marco Kantele, who moves his average up to 82, which just shows how far off he was from the standard when
7th and final
back-to-back
leg. It's
13s
Ben
have
to
only
throw
moved into
first.
the 82. It's
Game on.
an incredible turnaround from nowhere.
Being done in some style
39.
after the disastrous start he made to this match. That's been a bit of a theme for today.
The disastrous start to this leg as well for Ben Robb, only scoring 39, offering a chance here for Kantele
100.
to step in.
$139. $137.
What a game of 2 halves this is for Marco Kantele.
81.
22 points adrift from Ben Robb, who had the honour in this decider.
$100.
Oh, now we have big questions of Ben Robb. Can he find the big stuff here? That's a beautiful first start.
100.
Disappointed with just
Marco,
coming
you
away with
require
100 points. And
164.
Marco, the player here, may feel he's got 6 darts at this 164.
$84.
Up okay.
Ben, you require 142.
Did have options. Sure about that with how low the dart
90.
was in the treble and the
Marco, you
way
require
his
80.
darts enter the board.
Double 10. And he's missed 2 opportunities to win this match.
Ben, you require
2 opportunities you wouldn't have expected he'd have got about 5 minutes ago. But Ben Robb now to keep tabs on Steve West.
Game shot.
It's
and
Ben
the match,
Robb
Ben Robb.
who gets it done in the end with a 85.04 average. Great effort from Marco to try and, well, he almost won the match. Probably should have won the match, but as it is, Ben Robb does move on to 18 points and close the gap on Steve West. 85.04, 84.89, couple of 180s in there, and no ton plus finishes. When we come back, it is Simon Adams up against Steve West.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are midway through our day's action here at the live lounge. You pause it before the break. Ben Robb got the better of Marco Kantele by 4 legs to 3. That completes our 9th game of the morning session. And a session where Steve West continues to assert his authority on the group. Lost out in that first game against Kantele, but then has reacted very well, getting the better of Tony Wood in the last round of fixtures. And he made a real spurt towards the line as well. Maximum to leave himself on 1-2-1 after 9, and that would complete a 4-1 victory for Steve West. He's been prolific, hasn't he, as far as the ton plus outshots are concerned this week, and he added another one to the collection. And well, it wasn't quite the 9 to complete a match, but the 1-2-1 to finish the game in 12 is, I suppose, okay as well, isn't it? There we go, double 18 to round the job off there. Elsewhere in that round of fixtures, we also saw Jeffrey de Graaf keep his slim hopes alive, getting the better of Simon Adams by 4 legs to 1. So let's have a look and see how the table correlates as a result of that. Steve West now on 20 points, 2 clear still of Ben Robb, who, remember, have got to play each other in the penultimate game of the session. De Graaf on 14 points, Tony Wood on 12, Kantele and Adams bringing up the bottom 2 in the stand. And it is Steve West who we are going to see up next. It's his penultimate fixture of his Group A campaign, and he takes on the South African Simon Adams, looking to build up and build some confidence ahead of his campaigns on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Down in the commentary box to describe all the action, it is Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, this is a big-ish game for Steve West. Steve just want to get it done here, get it done big, and then it's job done for Steve West. Only has 2 more to play, including this one. And a big win here will make the match against Ben Robb fairly irrelevant.
I think this goes beyond for Steve West just picking up the victory here. I think to make himself feel safe with Ben Robb breathing down his neck and that fixture still to come. I think he's going to want to try and register a big win over Simon Adams, who so far today has only had 5 darts at a double across his 3 matches. He's been outscored and outplayed until this point.
100. $60.
Time to find that first dart though, Simon, which was a key strength of his in the first couple of days' play.
125.
That is sat lovely in the board though for West Steep.
140.
You expected at least another one in there and finds it with the last.
Yeah, that's perfect position for him, isn't it? Middle and high.
Again, Simon Adams finding that first dart beautifully. Seems to be a bit more deliberate in this one at the moment, Simon Adams, just trying to take the sting out of the game. That won't allow Steve West to get that full rhythm and flow going in this one.
140.
It's not stopping his
Simon, you
quality.
require 136. $96.
To just
Steve, you
12
require
darts.
161.
Simon Adams leaves himself on tops.
$91.
So he's only had
Simon, you
5 darts
require
at doubles
40.
today, but when he's been having them, he's not done too bad. 2 from 5 on the outer ring. Sizable amount of board between those darts and the double.
No score.
He's hit the flight on the
Steve,
way
you
in and
require
offers Steve
70.
West an opportunity to break Simon Adams' throw.
Game shot on
Leaving
the first
tops
leg. Steve
for
West.
that very reason.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Simon, he's got to be happy to have
135.
carved out the opportunity there against Steve West. It was a good scoring display. Simon Adams, if he can keep that going, we'll get more opportunities, and that's what you've got to do. You've got to look forward and look at the opportunities that you can create.
$45.
Steve West just looks like he's playing with so much freedom and enjoyment right
140.
now. This is the sort of game where he's going to start popping out some more of those double-double combinations. He's actually smiling.
$41.
Always a lovely feeling when you're
140.
seeing the treble 20. And it feels and looks like the size of a shoebox. It's like you can't miss it.
$100. Steve, you require 86. Game shot on a
11
second leg.
darter.
Steve West.
For Steve West as he cranks his average up to 115.62.
Third leg, it's
Simon
Simon to
Adams
throw
smiling,
first.
but it's something
Game on.
he's produced this week already. An 11 darter. In fact, he's produced a couple of them.
$100. $26.
11 data, 26. Can you make any sense of that?
Yeah, we've been there and done it. Got the T-shirt.
It's the thing that frustrates us so much about this game, but also makes it so addictive, and because you want to try and
100.
put it right straight away.
I can remember a leg on TV where I went treble one, right
60.
right next to the upright that separates the treble one from the treble 20, and then it treble 5. Then went treble 5, treble 5, treble 1. Then went 180, 180 out.
Bit like those two darts right on the wire, but
60.
well, all three. That's a very well thrown set of darts, and only getting 60 points.
Yeah, no reward.
$90.
Was clever thinking from West there. Had he at least found the 25, because he had options then of a 140 or 180, would have left a finish, and he could have had all three darts at the same target.
$76. $120.
Exactly the same place as dart 2 entered.
That could have been one of the most tightly compacted 180s you'd have ever seen. And how much would he need those extra points here to have an opportunity to get out in this leg?
45 could go ball.
95.
Advantage of going for the ball there, of course, that he at least the 25 would have been coming back only needing a single to double. Now it's a case of needing a treble to double.
98. Simon, you require 70.
That's why the ball is utilised so much more nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, the thinking dart player now, the working out those percentages, trying to get that tiny bit of an advantage. It's tops again for Simon Adams, a target he missed 3 times in the opening leg to hold his throw.
Game
He
shot
hits
the third
on this
leg.
occasion.
Simon Adams.
Holds his throw, looks at the hands.
And for the players that favour tops, we're also seeing a change
Fourth leg,
now
Steve
where
to throw first.
1 dart left
Game
in
on.
hand, 74 left. You're seeing them go for the ball because, I mean, if they hit the ball, it's double 12. They hit the 25, it's 49, which means they're not going to have a masking
57.
dart potentially in the 20 covering the tops. They can throw for a single 9 to leave tops. Or if they went traditional, the 42-32 at a single 14, the 20 to leave the tops could potentially cover it.
100.
Adams will look into the hands every time he wins a leg, something we've not seen too much today. That's just his 3rd leg of the day.
100.
But every time he wins a leg, it's going to be a slight bit more encouragement to Ben Robb. Ben Robb already played Simon Adams, recorded a 4-0 success over him.
135.
He's playing himself back into this one. Average coming up to the 87 mark, which is significantly better than what we've been seeing from him
64.
since game 1 of yesterday. We know he's got the quality. When you're playing in a match, a one-game shootout, all or nothing, you win, you go to the World Championship. You lose, you're out, you go home with nothing. And he averaged nearly
40.
94 in an 8-0 demolition of his opponent.
Yeah, all or nothing or bus fare home.
140.
Half's his score.
Beautiful timing again from
Steve, you
Simon
require
Adams.
140.
Beautiful placement in the treble 20.
We've seen this before, and it was Steve West that did it before.
100.
He nearly did it again. We
Simon, you
nearly
require
need another one of those
86.
lightning strikes twice graphics.
Oh, treble 18 for double 16. Single 18 for the ball. Be sure of it. I like that play. Give yourself one dart.
61.
Favourite
Steve, you
double for
require
Steve West is
40.
going to come with a handful of darts to put himself a leg away from the match.
Game shot on the 4 flags.
He is
Steve
a leg
West.
away from the match, a match that would see him move to 22 points and a point tally that could only be
Fifth leg, it's
matched
Simon to
by
throw
Ben
first.
Robb.
Game on.
Legs could really come into play.
As you can see, currently on plus 18. But it not only forced Ben Robb to defeat Tony Wood by a significant
100.
scoreline, but then have to beat Steve West. By a specific scoreline,
125.
top the table. All looking to be going against Ben Robb. At least he has the opportunity. It's in his hands, effectively, isn't it?
It could even come down to the play that Ben Robb beats Steve West and still doesn't qualify because the scoreline might not be
55.
strong enough. If Steve West can just open the gap on those legs, Ben Robb will play Tony Wood between that game with
58.
Steve West. So an opportunity to close that gap. And I think we're going to be talking about legs rather than wins here, the way this one's breaking down, which doesn't surprise me at all when we look at the sort of close-knit nature of the quality of this group.
$140. $98. $180.
Nice 180 there to leave 26 for Simon Adams. His third of the day. He's not been hitting those like he has been throughout this week. He hit 9 on
50.
Monday, 8
Simon, you
yesterday.
require 26.
That's just a feature of his game that's not existed today, the big maximum hitting.
There's definitely been a decline in level of performance up
Game shot
until
on the
this
5th
point.
flag, Simon Adams.
At the moment, he's averaging over 91, which is
6th leg, it's Steve to throw first.
improved
Game on.
performance. Averages today of 81 and 74.
91.
West, the right play. Going for the treble 17. Dart 3 after 2 single 20s. In again.
140.
Significant improvement here. Simon Adams.
100.
The best average he has put in since game 1 of yesterday. 82. And all of those are in defeat. He's on a big losing run of 7 matches in a row. Producing a performance here against a man who's looking to pretty much confirm his place,
30.
albeit for leg difference. But that's a slip, and a slip that Steve West will normally look to pounce upon.
135.
Great recovery from West there.
Beautiful first start again from Simon Adams. When he's playing at his best, it's that first start. Seems to pull him in that treble 20.
121.
Just keeping Steve West on his toes, because if he can get the breaker throw here, he'll be throwing first for the match. Steve West has got to be careful here.
95.
What do you think, Mace? Tops?
May depend on what Adams does here.
$60. Steve, you require 80.
It was a safe tops. I prefer that option rather than the aggressive one where you throw one off the
60.
board. 3 balls?
Simon, you require 150.
See a Whitlock. Westy thinks he might get this. Decided to stay there. Steve will be back, 3 in hand for a 4-2 win. And to yet again fall clear of his nearest opponent,
80.
Ben Robb.
Steve, you require 20. Game shot and the match.
Last start
Steve
in hand, he
West.
kept us waiting. Steve West wins, and he offers a celebration to Simon Adams that Simon Adams has been giving us after every single leg. Westy hits the top of the table. He is 4 points clear now of Ben Robb, who does have a game in hand. That one will come up against Tony Wood. If he's to win that, we are setting up a main event clash. But for now, it's job done for Steve West. A 4-2 victory over Simon Adams. The 93.03. Coming up next, we move our attention to that race for Group B places. Jeffrey de Graaf takes on Marco Kantele.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for match number 11 of 15. It's Marco Kantele against Jeffrey de Graaf. Currently, de Graaf on 14 points, 2 ahead of Tony Wood, who is in 4th position. Jeffrey de Graaf out of the equation in terms of winning this Group A. However, pretty much secure his spot in the much more favourable Group B in terms of opportunities for qualification, not in terms of how easy that group will be, because it's going to be a toughie. Conor Heenahan, Warburton, Shane McGurk waiting in the wings to come into the affray tomorrow night from 10 p.m. on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and of course our friends at Sporty Stuff TV.
Sportsbook odds compilers going 5 to 6 apiece here. Can't split them. You found any way to split these
First
two
leg,
apart?
it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
No, I'd make it a bit of a coin flip. What say you?
I think if you asked me before the start of today, I'd have said Jeffrey de Graaf all day long, but on the basis of what we've seen so far from Kantele and those opening couple of fixtures, the way he turned it around in that last fixture as well,
85.
after a disappointing start, I think I'd price this the same way they did. I think I'd pass it over to the punter and say, you decide.
Yeah, if I
140.
can't ignore Marco having the throw. This is going to be all about consistency, isn't it, this one? It's one of those that's going to go back and forth. So my advice would be wait. If you see anything that makes you feel like one or the other can win or will win, maybe
100.
play a bit of in-running action.
It'll be one of those games that we had yesterday where the favouritism changed so drastically throughout. And right now, Marco Kantele must be becoming favourite. The way he started this match, very, very strong. Good, solid darts here with the advantage of throw as well.
Yeah, 85, 121, 135, 140 in a ton for Jeffrey.
57.
Can't leave
Marco,
a
you
finish.
require 160.
2 visits if needed. Taking out some biggies already this week. At a 150 and a 167. He's not going to add a
100.
160 to that tally right now.
$60.
That
Marco, you
couple of
require
little
60.
floaty ones, which all tend to be short. Double 10. The double double. Double delight. If he gets it.
Game shot on the first
Which he
leg.
does.
Marco Kantele.
He was contemplating possibly maybe doing the split there, but
Second leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first.
too risky.
Game on.
The Graaf on 144.
$58. $96.
For Marco, what he's done today is he's managed to play himself into conversations now for the back end of the week when
96.
taking part in, or most likely taking part in Group C.
Kevin Dowling, Burness and Wilson waiting there.
43.
We have had a bit of a discussion going on as well on our social media channels today at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram and X regarding who you would like to see in the
99.
celebrity jungle from a darting capacity. I've picked out from the selections that have been coming in, and there's been some great selections coming in, my top 3. I'm going to give an honourable mention here to Cameron Menzies because I think he should be in discussion. But my 3, Burnett, Painter, Bunting.
100.
Mine would be definitely Richie Burnett.
120. Jeffrey, you require 148. $92.
And Russ Brang.
Marco, you require
Richie
62.
Russ. And Peter Manley.
Oh, he's missed a big number again. He's done this a few times this week.
Just a lack of concentration, isn't it?
22. Jeffrey, you require 56.
Take it for granted sometimes that you're just going to hit it.
What becomes easy becomes hard.
Game shot on the second
The
leg.
Graaf
Jeffrey
survives
Graaf.
the scare. Marco Kantele was breathing down the breaker throw. Wasn't able
Third
to
leg,
get a
it's
dart
Marco
a
to
double
throw
when
first.
he really should have.
Game
Coming to the
on.
board. 3 darts in hand at 62. We've had some
100.
incredible suggestions. I think most people very in agreement that Richie Burnett would be absolute TV gold.
58.
Mervyn King?
134.
I mean, Mardle appears to be a very, very popular selection as well. Don't think it'd be his
140.
choice of activity. How about Dirk? Dirk van Dijvenbode. I had to share a car with that guy for 4.5 hours.
140.
tell you now. That would make some interesting telly.
Sure would.
We've been teased to the
99.
Hinks quite a lot this week. We're yet
Marco,
to
you
see our
require
first Hinksy.
127.
The 127 in game. Marco, give us a moment. Can you give Jack Garwood his big moment in the spotlight? I think he's going to switch. I think he's coming away.
102.
Well, he gave it a go. He gave it a chance.
He knows how important it is to us.
He'd look away, and I was getting concerned that he weren't going to give us the moment.
100. Marco, you require 25. $21. Jeffrey, you require 104.
Just needs the one treble here to get himself a dart at the double. Good choices. No application. I was
84.
once told, twos never
Marco, you
lose.
require 4.
I'm about to find out.
Game shot on the third leg. Marco Kantele.
Twos never lose. He moves him onto 2 legs
Fourth
as well.
leg, it's
It's all the
Jeffrey to throw
twos.
first. Game on.
We just need a 22 now. And then that one's gone.
45.
That is the dart for Kantele.
100.
Be disappointed with that.
60. 137.
Solid stuff from Marco, averaging 98 currently as we get the halfway point of leg 4.
97.
Graaf struggling to just keep pace at the moment with Marco. Finding that trouble 20 with his first start with superb regularity.
140. 99. Marco, you require 124. 92. 46. Marco, you require 32.
Or a possible 13 darter and a 3-1 lead. I'm with you, Matt. Level of play is really putting him in the mix, isn't it? In Group C.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Marco Kantele.
Average dips with a couple of missed darts at doubles to 96.59, but he's holding this
Fifth
average
leg,
and
it's
making
Marco
it
to
look
throw first.
pretty
Game
comfortable.
on.
And we know the players that are going to be coming in Group C, and we know the type of personalities they are. And I can tell you they'll probably be watching this right now to try and get a feel and a vibe for it
60.
as they're travelling down to Portsmouth, and they'll be wanting to cast an eye over the players. And they're going to be concerned with what they're seeing here from Marco, because
46.
we know what Marco's capable of, and he's got that reputation already from the various major tournaments that he has played in, and the fact that he's going to be playing in them again in another week or so's time, and he's really playing himself into form. This has been
81.
textbook Super Series warm-up play.
$60.
He does have one more game to go after this. That will be against Simon Adams.
100.
So there is a strong chance that Marco Kantele, after losing all his games yesterday, is going to come back and win 4 out of the 5, only losing
105.
one game by 4-3. That was a game he had a couple of chances to beat Ben Robin.
Yeah, that's right. I was just checking my notes. What was the game he had?
60.
Opportunities. Could have done what Steve West did yesterday. Gone through the card.
58. 100. 140. Marco, you require 100.
There's an opportunity for Kantele to win the match. Going to get 2 darts at tops.
$60. Jeffrey, you require 92.
Opportunity for De Graaf to get his first breaker throw. He's going to need 2. That opportunity has passed him by, so
56.
Kantele
Marco, you
get
require
his 3rd win of the
40.
day.
$20. Jeffrey, you require 36.
Oh, you wouldn't have saw that coming.
No. For sure.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Jeffrey De Graaf.
De Graaf keeps his hopes alive of winning this fixture and keeps his hopes alive of confirming
6th
his
leg. It's
place.
Jeffrey to throw first. Game on.
Group B. If he is to lose this fixture, it would be encouraging for Tony Wood, who is up next against Ben Robb. He also
58.
will play Jeffrey De Graaf in the very last fixture of the day. That could be a Group B shootout.
It could well be.
Could end up with our last 2 matches being complete
137.
shootouts. One for who wins the group and one for who gets the Group B place.
Then the problem for Tony Wood is that leg difference situation. He's going to have to
140.
beat Ben Robb, and then it would be a shootout. If he loses to Ben Robb, his issue with De Graaf would be
93.
leg difference, because De Graaf currently on +3, Tony Wood -8. That one to be a shootout. Wood's going to have to beat Ben Robb.
139.
Not unless, of course, De Graaf somehow turned this one around. It was one-way traffic for the majority of the match.
$126. Jeffrey, you require 164. $104. Marco, you require 145. $105.
Beautiful set of play
Jeffrey
again there for
requires
Marco
60.
Kantele to leave himself a double after 12. But the advantage of throw, this is where it matters. Means De Graaf gets first
Game
poke.
shot on the 6th leg. Jeffrey De
Beautiful
Graaf.
check out there from De Graaf. Takes us all the way.
Good leg as well, wasn't it? 14
7th
darter.
and final leg. It's Marco to throw first.
There's
Game on.
demons for both of them coming into deciding legs. Who's going to deal with it the best?
$140.
Beautiful darts from Marco. Been very solid all day.
135.
Something to play for. That is still with De Graaf.
$81. $134.
135 followed by the 134 for De Graaf. Noses him ahead in the scoring stakes.
85.
This has been a great effort from De Graaf. What a leg he's producing.
140.
135, 134, 140, 92 after 9 against the throw.
How's the expression go? Save your best for last.
Oh, he's doing that here. Opportunity An 11 darter, but that's a great 40
Jeffrey,
in
you
reply.
require 92.
They need to go. When you've got the darts, you think 15 darts force your
56.
opponent into 12. This has been
Marco, you require
textbook
55.
in terms of what you'd expect or want to see from a last leg. But Kantele's missed multiple match darts already. He's got 2 more.
Gonna need them both. Steps away. Pose himself. 2 10s for the win. And the 2 points.
45.
Oh, you could see the wire
Jeffrey, you require 36.
move. Oh, he's left this for a reason. Favourite double. Staring it down. Use that to bump in. Double 9. Oh, he finds it
And the match,
with the last
Jeffrey
die in
de Graaf.
hand, and Jeffrey de Graaf takes the points with an 88.50 average. 93.50 for Marco. Only the 180 in there. 14 scores between a ton and 139 in there for Marco, including, or as well as, 4 180s and the 180. Right, when we come back, it is Tony Wood up against Ben Robb. Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Up next, the final match of the 4th cycle of matches we're bringing you today at the conclusion of Group A. It is Tony Wood up against Ben Robb. Well, I'm pretty sure Tony will be aware now that his fate is in Group C, after Jeffrey de Graaf pulled out a unlikely looking win at times against
First leg, it's Tony to
Marco
throw first.
Kantele,
Game on.
because even if Tony wins his 2 remaining games, he's gonna, if he won them both 4-0, one of those would be against Jeffrey de Graaf as well, of course. He would only get to 0 in terms of leg
100.
difference. And if Jeffrey de Graaf lost 4-0 to Tony Wood, he would still be on +1, with both of them being on 16 points. So
139.
for Ben Robb, a win here would take him to 20 points.
100.
And his final match will be against Steve West. So got to win big here. And then he'll have to win by a certain scoreline against Steve West
177.
to win the group.
If he was to pick up the 4-0 victory here, though, just any win against Steve West would be enough. It'd make it literally a
Yes.
straight shootout.
Correct.
180.
I think Tony Wood, there's different ideas, though, other than a Ben Robb 4-0 victory here. It's a maximum on the opening leg.
100.
Yeah, a
Tony
rare
require
maximum
121.
for Tony. Although, what a start to the match from both. Ton 180 for Wood. 139, 177 ton for Robb.
57. Ben, you require 85. 45. Tony, you require 64. 44. Ben, you require
Well,
40.
he needs a big win. Opportunity to break the
Game
throw
shot on
in
the
the
first
opening leg. A
leg, Ben
13 darter for Ben Robb. Knows what he needs to do, and he's up to the task at the moment.
Second leg, it's Ben to throw first.
Solid start.
Game on.
Opportunity. 1 dart in hand for Wood.
96. 83. 140.
Still Tony Wood just trying to take a little bit of sting out of the game at the moment, just trying to reduce the pace.
140. 98.
Reduce the quality, though. This is a fabulous start from Ben Robb.
Yeah, superb. In a bit of a statement here. Then add a message to
100.
Steve West.
Ben, you require 167. 60. 60. Ben, you require 107.
'Tops.
67.
107 out to confirm that break.
Tony,
Tony
you
Wood
require
will get a chance here at the 118. Same equation. 1 treble, 1 single, and a double for the leg.
Well, that opportunity is over.
Ben, you require 40.
2-0.
Game shot
He's
on the second
halfway.
leg. Ben Robb.
For that task. If he wins this game 4-0, that becomes a straight shootout. That main event clash in
Third
just
leg,
a
it's Tony
game's
to throw
time.
first.
Ben Robb
Game
versus
on.
Steve West for a place on Saturday night. That is becoming a real possibility now.
$140. $93.
I started lovely with a 140.
21.
Back it up. Breaker through here
99.
for Rob, and that 4-0 scoreline we spoke of, Matt, becomes a real possibility. He will have the throw in leg 4.
$140. $96. $56. $60. Tony, you require 144.
See
40.
that frustration there from
Ben, you require
Tony Wood. He'll
153.
be wondering what's going wrong. It's not what's going wrong, it's what's going right for Ben Robb. This is the story of this match. It's Ben Robb's brilliance, averaging just shy of 100 at the moment.
112. Tony, you require 104.
Well, Ben Robb has an opportunity now to get that double
40.
breaker throw.
Ben,
And
you
as
require
the more this
41.
game goes on, the more realistic this is becoming.
Game
It
shot on
sure
the third
is
leg.
now.
Ben Robb.
For every leg that Ben Robb loses means he's going to have to win by a,
Fourth leg, it's Ben to throw first.
whether
Game
it be
on.
4-2. If he wins 4-0, as you say, just a 4-3 win will be enough. If he drops a leg, he'll have to win by 4-2. Drops another leg, he'll have to win 4-1.
96.
Wins this just purely a straight shootout against Steve West.
140.
This is your table as it stands. I'm sure Steve will be very well aware about the permutations going into
95.
that final game, that there's no leeway. It literally will be like the final.
$100. $140.
We haven't seen a 170 yet this week. Biggest finish so far, Marco Kantele gave us a 167. So maybe the big rig will hit the big stuff at the big time.
Yeah, well, we've seen a couple of attempts at it.
100. Ben, you require 170. $93. Tony, you require 161.
How crucial could that last art be there for Ben Robb? Puts him down to a situation where he only needs 2 singles, 2 trebles for Tony Wood. This
78.
is for the match.
Ben, you require 77. Game shot and the match.
Well, he needed a big
Ben
win,
Robb.
and he's done it with a big performance there. Ben Robb takes the biggest win of them all, 4-0, and moves us to a straight shootout when he takes on Steve West. And what a time to produce your best performance of the week. A 100.20 average, which equates to a 15 dart leg per leg. That will put Steve West on notice. That game's coming up in a couple of games' time after Marco Kantele takes on Simon Adams.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for our final cycle of matches. 3 more to bring you, starting with Marco Kantele against Simon Adams. Simon priced up before the off. I'll let Matt have a look at the current prices. I should imagine there's been a shift. He was 11 to 10 to win the game. Marco this morning at around 9 AM was 4 to 6. What have you got for me over there, Matt?
Marco now starting this
First
game
leg,
as
it's
4 to
Marco to throw
9
first.
favourite. So
Game on.
a sizable move and one that I can't really debate too much.
Nope, not really. Oh, Marco maybe still smarting from that defeat to Jeffrey de Graaf. And last time out, there was signs of improvement from Simon. 90.21 in defeat to Steve West, who averaged 93.03. We've just seen Ben Robb complete 4 legs in 60 darts. 80% on the doubles,
85.
an average of 100.20. All round, a very good performance and a statement going into our next match, which is a straight shootout for winning
100.
Group A honours and immediately taking your place in Saturday night's final.
Simon Adams only won 4 legs so far today. And he's on a losing run now of 8
45.
consecutive matches. Being a man in Kantele who has really rose his level of performance today.
$139.
Take a look at the sort of running average so far today of Marco Kantele. It's over the 90.75.
Yeah, it's been a real lift in levels of performance from him today. Good to see.
43.
And something that
Marco,
you picked up on
require
earlier, it's
167.
put him in good standing for a tilt at Group C.
$59.
He'll certainly believe in himself after a day like today. And the day like today where he's been mixing it up with some of the players like Ben Robb and Steve West, who we'll expect to see here at the back end of the week battling it out for the £5,000 prize on Saturday night.
30. Marco, you require 108.
5,000 for the weekly winner, plus their appearance fees, of course, and then Champions Week, your appearance fees plus £20,000 on top of that for winning the title. So depending on how many days you play, not a bad couple of weeks' work. Over
48.
£30,000.
And not finding the line here, Simon Adams, and the distress signs was there early on today, those
40.
signs of fatigue.
Marco, you require 60.
Marco, one of those rare players that will want to get this as close to tops as possible. The way his darts lie, well, it'd be better if he landed in the 20. Tops. Very comfortable. Hold a throw.
Game shot on the first leg.
You
Marco
don't say that so
Kantele.
often when you've had 18 darts, but left his opponent way back on 258. A complete loss of line there for
Second
Simon
leg,
Adams.
it's Simon to throw first. Game on. $85. $100. $60. $81.
The all-important treble with the final dart. Very much a dead rubber in terms of the table. However,
135.
for me, you want to go into tomorrow on the back of a win and a decent performance. You want to end your day on a high.
$100.
Finding a treble a visit at the moment, Marco Kantele, which he'll feel will be enough in this fixture.
$45.
Opportunity here for Kantele now to step in and lay a marker down for a breaker throw.
$43.
Have to squeeze another one in.
100.
Would have left a double. However, he will be back for 76.
It's looking like a beautiful setup here for Marco Kantele.
137. Simon, you
He
require
forces
76.
the urgency. Simon Adams here, who hasn't had many darts at a double so far today.
Oh, he's been restricted. Going to get one here, and it's at tops.
56. Marco, you require 40.
2-0. Opportunity to really start to turn the screw. He was walking on that one.
Sometimes you throw a dart and you just feel like it's going to go in. You know when it leaves your hand.
Getting
This
shot
time
in
he
the
knows when he
second
looks at the
leg,
board.
Marco Kantele.
A second 18 darter there for Marco Kantele. This time it's a breaker
Third
throw.
leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on. $59. $100. $98. $45.
Is that visit the beginning of the end? This match for Simon. He'd expect it to be punished.
$100.
Kantele just coasting at the moment.
In cruise control.
140.
Although, that will wake him up a bit.
Finding that treble a visit all the time for Marco, and he's just
100.
it's just a professional performance.
$41. Marco, you
Would
require
have been better advised to have a
144.
look at the bullseye there to try and lead the 170.
Yeah, for sure.
This is one of those shots where you just want one treble, like he's been doing throughout this match. Give yourself that more simple two-dart
58.
possibility rather than now where he needs a treble. Oh, he's going to be moving to the bullseye. So hope here for Simon Adams.
$123. Marco, you
Definitely
require
hope now.
86.
A brilliant shot there from Simon Adams. Kantele, if he's going to hold his throw, may need to take this 86. May just be a dart of the ball. Next best thing. Bonus. the bigger the target. Double 7 for a 3-0 lead.
79.
He's moved the wire.
Simon, you require 52.
Opted for the single 12, the safer dart,
Game shot on the third leg, Simon Adams.
and the whole of a previous dart in tops, probably from Steve West.
Fourth leg, it's Simon to throw first.
But I think you could take your pick, because I think most of the holes that are in that tops are from
Game
Steve
on.
West. Beautiful
125.
recovery there after the first dart into the 5. Put in a couple of treble 20s, and Marco, who we described it as coasting, cruising. Just shows how quick these short format games can change.
85.
Yeah, you blink and you can find yourself in a spot of bother. Go from playing with absolute freedom to being right under the pump.
81.
I
140.
mentioned a few times this week about the equipment of Simon Adams and how the sort of flights and stems combination is a bit chewed up at the back. We've been reliably informed it was actually given to him by Devon Peterson, the flag
40.
bearer of South African darts, and he just cherishes them so much he never wants to change them.
Oh, come on, Devon. Get him another couple of sets out there. I'll pay for them myself if, you know.
140.
Yeah, snap that offer up. You don't get too many offers from Mace time to be paying for things for you.
Pots and black kettles, pal. Don't spend Christmas, you.
140.
Just tried to find the gap.
Marco, you require 136.
Well, the fact that they are sort of broke up a bit doesn't tend to bother him, does it? It would drive me up the wall.
$60. Simon, you require 115.
Had a couple of tumblers checkouts already this week, a 134 and a 116. Won't be adding the 115 on this occasion, and Kantele got a chance here to
42.
regain that breaker throw.
Marco, you require
Yeah, that
76.
134 came today against Jeffrey de Graaf. 2 treble 19s and double 10 for the 134.
That leaves double 12. This wasn't an intended double-double.
64.
You could tell by that dart that
Simon,
wasn't
you require
where he's
73.
expecting to be. For a level game.
Hit tops last time. Can he do it again?
53.
And this is a
Marco, you require 12.
dart here where, with the lie of Marco's darts and the way he throws, you'd expect that double 6 is perfectly placed for him. This should be an ideal section of the board.
Game shot on the fourth
Beautiful
leg.
adjustment
Marco
there down to the
Kantele.
bottom of the board. He's 18, 18, 17 is winning legs. But it's enough at the moment
Fifth
for
leg,
Kantele.
it's
He's now
Marco
got
to throw
2
first.
opportunities with the throw to get this game won.
Game on.
Yeah, steady away, those kind of numbers.
Again, picking up the pace. And when he picks up the pace, just that little fraction
180.
of injection of pace gives him this fluency that is increasing his scoring power.
$81.
Don't forget, match of the week so far. Up next in terms of importance, as Ben Robb faces off against Steve West. Winner of that match wins Group A. And
140.
will enjoy Thursday and Friday off as they take their spot in Saturday night's final. That gets underway 7:30 on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And then, of course, from 10 o'clock, we're joined by our friends at Sporty Stuff TV. Or you could be here live.
121.
Come and enjoy the intimate experience of the live lounge in Portsmouth. Head over to www.dartshop.tv or follow us across all of our social medias at MSS Darts, all one word. Plenty of information on there on how to find
60.
your way to the Super Series, including how you qualify via the ADC. If you're a budding dart player and think you're good enough, put your money where your mouth is.
$101.
Well, that was a handy
Marco, you
deflection,
require
wasn't it?
121.
A strange one.
Double 16. For a fabulous 1-2-1 finish for the match. He
105.
will be back.
$140.
Bring up some
Marco, you require
resistance
16.
to see from Simon Adams, but another decent display from Marco. 2 8s, edging closer.
8. Simon, you require 58.
Simon's going to get his first victory of the day today. He's going to need to break the throw twice, and you've got to be taking opportunities like this one. 2 darts at tops. Marco can't take his eye off the target.
18.
He'll be glad to not see a dart
Marco,
in
you
there.
require 8.
So to end what's been a much more improved day for Marco Kantele.
Game shot and the match.
He had
Marco
a torrid day
Kantele.
yesterday, was not able to pick up a victory. Today kicked off with back-to-back victories. The 2 defeats he's had were both 4-3. 3 wins from his 5, and a much improved performance with an average for the day around about the 90 mark. We're going to see Marco Kantele again this week when he joins Simon Adams in Group C. He could be a real danger moving forward. But moving up next, we've got our big game. The game that will decide the group. It's Ben Robb against Steve West.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Marco Kantele get the better of Simon Adams by 4 legs to 1. But this is the game that is going to decide the destiny of Group A. Everybody else's fate is set in stone, with the exception of Ben, Robb and Steve West. As you can see, West there, 22 points. Ben, Robb on 20 points. And it is effectively a winner-takes-all match between West and Robb in our 14th game of 15. Game 44 of 45 in Group A. It all comes down to this. And in the commentary box to describe all of the action, it is Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. This is the one we've been waiting for. This one will decide who wins Group A, and enjoy a couple of days of R&R while everyone else gets put through the ringer. First name,
leg, it's Ben to throw
Saturday
first.
night's finals will be
Game on.
decided over the next 10, 15 minutes or so. Advantage of throw is with Ben Robb, who did have a win
180
over Steve West on Monday. Didn't it? It was
125.
Jeffrey, wasn't it? Start from Ben Robb.
43.
Could be one of those games that's so typical of the Super Series where a player's just sat top of the table for so
83.
long and then gets pipped at the post.
No, I was right. Ben Robb did beat Steve on Monday 4-2. Westy got revenge yesterday.
81. $133. 140.
Beautiful opening leg
Steve, you
here
require
from Ben Robb.
160.
Leaves 57 after 12. But Steve West is never out of it. And he wants tops for a 160
Shot on the
breaker
first leg,
throw.
Steve West.
Absolute
Wow.
quality.
Outstanding.
Second leg, it's Steve
12
to throw
dart
first.
breaker throw.
Game on.
293 in 6.
140.
For Ben Robb, you've left yourself a nice simple 2-darter after 12. You think, happy days, that's the job done.
140.
He's done the textbook leg with the throw, trying to go out in 15 or less, force your opponent into the 12. Steve West produces that moment of magic.
60. $57.
And we'll go back to what Steve West said
$85.
yesterday as well, that he doesn't mind if he has to play Thursday, Friday. It's not all about qualifying for him here, because he'd be more than happy to come here and play some more darts.
60.
Yeah, that was an interesting take on it. As we've already discussed, he actually uses his stage time
95.
to effectively get the practice darts he needs. To long-running
59.
issue with
Steve,
a
you
hip
require
replacement, which he's
121.
waiting to get redone. Spend the hours
81.
on the practice board, unfortunately.
$145.
And Robb
Steve, you require 40.
feels that that might be a bit too late, judging by that expression.
20.
But in these sort of shootout games, it never
Ben,
feels
you
too
require
late, because
40.
they will flip and they will turn, because when the pressure is increased, the slips tend to happen that little bit more.
Game Game
Just
shot on
the
the second
intensity
leg. Ben Robb.
of the situation, but we have a level game, 2 breaks of throw.
Third leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on. $180.
180, number 2 for Ben Robb, and we've only just started leg 3.
60.
Ben Robb saving his absolute best for when it matters the most. The last game, averaged
44.
100.20.
Exactly what he's averaging now.
Showing us the qualities of why he keeps
60.
winning all those titles in New Zealand. He's a 6-time champion this season in New Zealand with a seasonal win percentage
97.
of 89%.
$60.
This straight shootout game where the winner wins the group. It's advantage of Ben Robb.
60.
101 points adrift.
121.
Puts a hole in
And
it.
you require 120.
Lost the line with dart 3.
100.
Beautiful set of play again for Ben Robb. Told his throw. This time, though, Steve West can't go out back on
140.
200.
Ben, you require 20. Game shot on the third leg. Ben Robb.
Ben Robb takes the lead. He's halfway to victory. He's halfway. Top in the group.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Was our first holder throw after 2 breaks.
97.
Massive leg, even this early in the match, because Westy drops this leg. Robb will be throwing for the match, of
60.
course.
180.
Well, 3 of the legs so far. I've had a 180 to start. Ben Robb with 2 and Steve West now kicking off with 1.
180.
Ben Robb hitting back with a third.
This early part of the game, these early legs, this
100.
front 9, shall we say. Absolutely littered with quality.
83. Steve, you require 124. 56.
Himself a little vulnerable.
135. Steve, you require 68.
Only going to be the 1 dart. Going to be his favourite tops.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Brilliant
Steve
under
West.
pressure. Ben Robb waiting on 43 to really pounce. Take
Fifth
control.
leg, it's Ben to throw
Now the
first.
pressure
Game
back on Ben Robb to hold.
140.
That's twice now that Ben Robb's been sat ready to pounce and Steve West 1 dart in hand. 68 in the 160. Showing that
100.
composure.
96.
The 2 treble visit, ideally. One of them. There's another. Lots of room for a third.
140. 133.
It's superb from Robb at the moment. Resisting the pressure being
57.
applied by West.
Ben, you require 130.
Forcing their air out of Steve.
$92.
Not much Steve can do about this one. Another solid leg here from
100.
Ben Robb.
Ben, you require 40.
And this is a game they're supposed to be nervous in. This is a game that's meant to settle the group, and they're bringing their best.
No score.
Wow, first mistake
Steve,
from
you
Ben
require
Robb.
104.
Will it be punished? Treble 16 leaves tops. Oh, it's just gone in the wrong treble.
We'll give Ben Robb a second opportunity. Something you feel he won't let pass him by.
46. Ben, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth
Last
leg.
start in
Ben
hand, just
Robb.
when Steve West would have been hoping for a revisit, and when you're stood behind the player, you get to that third dart, you've seen them
Sixth
chase
leg,
it
it's
round,
Steve
you've
to
seen
throw
them miss
first.
5, you start
Game
to
on.
think, you start to dream, you start to hope of the opportunity, and it just hurts so much more when it happens that way rather than going out in the first
81.
start.
Correct.
$180.
180. Number 4. He will not be denied at the moment.
Steve West went through the cards yesterday.
180.
It's the 6th in the match. 4-2 to Ben Robb in that column.
30.
And Rob looking to match and go through the card, but it might be going to a last leg shootout, which the way this group's been going, the way the quality of this match has been going,
100.
last leg shootout seems all more likely and fair.
In Steve West, he just tried to dink it over the top. Look at this again.
135.
Both down
Steve,
to
you
a
require
finish after 9.
140.
Treble 17.
82.
Okay, leaves
Ben, you
himself
require
58.
156.
Can he find another couple of trebles? No, not this time.
140.
Well, he has, and it's set it up. Can
Steve, you
Steve
require
West
58.
provide another clutch finish?
48.
2 darts have come and gone for
Ben, you
Steve West,
require
and Ben Robb is a
16.
dart away from winning the group.
No
Oh,
score.
he's bust.
Steve, you
Hit
require
the single
10.
16 instead of the double 8. 3 for double 1.
No score.
Well,
Ben,
he's
you
had his
require
opportunities
16.
as Steve West. He's had his chances. Said he wouldn't mind
Game
playing an
shot,
extra
and the
couple of
match,
days, and he's going to
Ben
have to,
Robb.
because Ben Robb has came here today. He needed to go through the card, and he has. He saved his best for last. 2 very good performances at the end. The victory over Steve West confirms that Ben Robb is your Group A winner. He gets a direct pass, and he will go through to Saturday night's final. For Steve West, he narrowly misses out on legs difference. We'll see him tomorrow and Friday in Group B. But before then, we've got one more game to come your way. That is Jeffrey de Graaf taking on Tony Wood.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined up here on the balcony by Ben Robb. Ben, many, many congratulations. The smile on your face says it all. Big game and a big performance to boot as well there against Steve.
Yeah, probably the biggest name. When I saw the draw come out, I knew who Steve West was. So to finally find my game in a big game, I had to hit 180s to beat him too. So now I'll stick with the win, bro.
Exactly. You get the win. You're into Saturday night, and it all came down to that one game, that clutch element. And you're here, aren't you? Obviously in preparation for the World Championship. So how much of that's going to be a big help going into that competition, having that type of format on stage?
Yeah, and to be pushed the whole way. These boys are all quality, so to be pushed the whole way is massive for my preparation, and I'm grateful that MODUS got me here. And yeah, and amongst that, and then when the pressure's on and still hitting my doubles and hitting the big scores, yeah, it gives me a lot of confidence.
We saw you here last year, and realistically, you only stopped because of the brilliance of Raymond Smith in the end, and it feels like that level hasn't really dipped 12 months on.
No, I feel like I'm building. I feel my consistency is getting better. The top A game is up there. I think I could beat anybody when my A game shows, but it's that B game that's at 95 average I want to be around. So it was hard early on. The body clock was a bit funny, and I'm trying to get right. And yeah, it was a hard start this morning against Jeffrey. He should have had me early on. So.
How have you found the jet lag coming over from New Zealand?
Yeah, tough. Definitely tough. It's, you know, from when I left home to when I got back here is 40 odd hours. So, and the body's just trying to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning every day. So, manage it as best I can, and I guess a bit of experience helps me with going through that.
So does that mean those 2 days off are probably even more vital for you, just to try and acclimatise to the environment a little bit more? Massive,
and get some sleep, some proper sleep too in between. I don't make excuses. I don't try to go about anything. I just try to be realistic with everything, and if I get everything in line, I feel like I'll be at my best when it comes Saturday.
So, through to Saturday night, through to the finals, how much would you like to join the likes of Raymond Smith from that part of the world to have won a week here at the Super Series?
Mate, it'd be great, man. And not just for myself, but for everybody back home that gets an opportunity on this side of the world, just to prove to them that, you know, their game is just as good because they can compare it with mine. So I'm not just here for myself. I'm just trying to inspire people back home to take up darts and get over here and have a crack. And
just quickly, how is the game that side of the world?
Improving, crazy. We've got some good juniors. We've got some competitive. Our top 16 in New Zealand is as good as anybody around. So, yeah, when I fly the flag, I fly it proudly.
Well, a very proud man, a very happy man as well. Ben Robb through to Saturday night's final. Thank you very much for popping up to the balcony and joining us. One more game to go for us. Jeffrey de Graaf in action against Tony Wood, and down in commentary it's Matthew Edgar. He's alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, good to see. Very, very happy Ben Robb, and rightly so. That was some quality in back-to-back performances, and remember, it was a case of having to beat Tony heavily. He did that with a 100.20 average, and then produced, well, a wonderful display against Steve West to defeat Steve 4-2 and rightly win the group in the end. But he had to dodge a bullet early on against Jeffrey de Graaf, otherwise that match would have been irrelevant.
First
had
leg,
de Graaf
Jeffrey to throw first.
managed to
Game on.
complete the job. So this one is just a match really about getting yourself focused and switched on for tomorrow, which we'll see.
30.
These two players in different groups tomorrow and Friday.
77.
And let's have it right, Matt. It's been a decent Group A for de Graaf to finish third on what we've seen so far.
97.
And if we cast our mind over the coulda, woulda, shoulda brigade, could have won this group.
Yep. Yeah, the matches he's lost 4-3, and others where he's
99.
had control of matches and then not been able to close them out.
And missing multiple match starts, not just missing the occasional match start, but missing a handful or two handfuls.
95.
One game where he missed 10.
Yeah, and that's just one match and 2 points. Could make all the difference.
$39. $45.
Two players that know their fate, and it just feels at the moment for Jeffrey that he's just lost that little bit of zip.
85.
Yeah, agreed. Lose that bit of edge, don't you?
$100. $140. Jeffrey, you require 134.
Yes.
$56. Tony, you require 61.
Double 18. Bit of a risky dart, that.
43. Jeffrey, you
See it
require
so often, don't
78.
we, that the player will find the ball. Double 12.
$66. Tony, you require 18.
One more dart in hand.
No score.
You would need a few more
Jeffrey, you require
Graaf
12.
to stumble into a 1-0 lead.
Game shot on the first leg. Jeffrey de Graaf.
For the first time this week, we've seen the double 6 landed in the middle.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
You know, from Tony Wood, not just this week, but his
121.
previous appearances here. Won't go down without a fight, Matt.
Absolutely not. The day one
42.
only had 2 points on the board, and he's put in a real good fight here. And I'm really looking forward to seeing Tony Wood and Marco Kantele in Group C to see how they react to a new challenge, because the back end of their Group A campaign has been significantly
60.
better than the start.
Yeah, and the other players are going to come in cold, so could be vulnerable early on.
46. $60. $57.
B tomorrow night is looking exceptionally difficult to try and find the 3 that will progress. Warburton,
140.
West, de Graaf. 3 from 5 to join Ben Robb. Dowling, Furness, Wilson,
85.
Adams,
Tony, you require 120.
Kantele, and Wood. 2 from that group. Doing the 3 from Group A, and Ben Robb on Saturday night.
80.
Well, it's not too little, but it might be too late here for de Graaf.
140.
Tony Wood
Tony, you require 40.
on tops for a level game.
Game shot on the second leg. Tony Wood.
I see on the back of the shirt of Tony Wood, there's a little bit of text on his
Third
collar.
leg, it's Jeffrey to throw
It's
first.
the date,
Game on.
the 9 darter that he hit recently in the ADC.
I believe that's his first ever 9, isn't it?
41.
Certainly in official competition.
I heard a rumour that what he does is he puts a leaf on his shirt for every 9 darter he's hit.
Not a star, then.
134.
I mean, it is a rumour that I've only just started.
Lee Thorne of 9 darters.
96. $100.
And again, I think I know a lot of people
41.
during the lockdown darts who might need a shirt like that for the amount of 9 darters they hit.
Yeah. Not many since.
$100. $58. Tony, you require 167. $131.
The Graaf completely off the pace, and Tony Wood punishing him at every opportunity here.
Yeah, not surprised at this from Tony Wood.
95. Tony, you require 36.
Likes the graft and the grind of a game like this. The wire.
Game shot on
Finds
the
the
third
target.
leg. Tony Wood.
The opening leg, 2 on the spin. Averaging a very respectable
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw
87.35.
first. Game on. $83. $135. $100.
Real credit to Tony Wood when you're playing a game like this where the table's been decided and you're feeling your obligation of fixtures, and you can play with the focus and the intensity that he is playing this match with.
Yeah, he's
59.
old school, isn't he? They're in a game to win, whether there's anything on it or not.
$108.
Beautiful darts there from Tony Wood, who hits his 10th 180 of the week. 2 on Monday, 6 yesterday, 2 today.
40. Tony, you require
Biggest 180 of the
138.
week has to be Steve West. Already hit 28. Now he's got a couple more days to play. He could start reeling up towards that record.
58. $125. Tony, you require 80.
So for Wood to put himself a leg away from the match, leg away from ending the day with some real positivity.
$32. Jeffrey, you require 142. $45. Tony, you require 48.
15 for double, 8 for tops.
Game shot on the fourth
Wins the
leg.
tops.
Tony Wood.
Maintains his average of very close to 88. 3 out of 9 on the doubles.
Fifth leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first. Game on.
Responded well from the disappointment of being beaten
40.
to nil by Ben Robb.
$60. 135.
Better from de Graaf. Have to throw here in this fifth leg. Comes Wood.
180.
With another maximum.
85. 41.
Leave him a tad frustrated after a great max.
$140.
On again.
40. Jeffrey
That's given
require
de Graaf
101.
6 darts if he needs them. Double 18.
Game shot on the fifth
Got a
leg.
game on our
Jeffrey
hands.
de Graaf. Sixth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on. $60. 140.
Where de Graaf has done this from. Done and dusted. Finding release of life.
85. 46. 60. 39.
And tries the cover. One treble in the first 9 darts. This leg. Tony.
69. 57. 60.
It is Wood first to a finish, but the Graaf here can go a lot lower.
99. Tony, you require 167.
15.
82. Jeffrey, you require 120. 54.
Oh, treble
Tony,
15
you require
for tops
85.
or treble 19 for double 14. Is that option? Finds it. 2 at tops. Can use that dart.
65. Jeffrey, you require 66.
20. Ooh, bit too close to the treble that. That was the reaction.
30.
So 3 in hand.
Tony, you require
Tony
20.
Wood. And his Group A campaign with a W.
Game shot and the match, Tony Wood.
And Tony Wood does eventually find the double. Both will be looking forward to getting their new campaigns underway tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening over the course of 2 days, Group B and Group C. But there's the numbers for you. Tony Wood with a 81 average in the end, more than enough to get over the line against Jeffrey de Graaf. But Group A, of course, belongs to Ben Robb, who got the better of Steve West in that previous match to top the table. Well, on reflection, let's join Matt and Henry up on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I feel like that last game kind of epitomised Jeffrey de Graaf's day in the fact that there was opportunities, but he just couldn't really seize upon them.
And yesterday as well, he had opportunities. He could have won this group. He really could have, but missing those match starts, missing those opportunities, you're not going to get away with it here at the Super Series. You might get a visit, you might get a return, but after that, you've got to be consistent. You've got to be taking those opportunities like the guys at the top did.
Yeah, he most certainly did. Right, let's have a look at the results then from today's action. As you can see, nicely split between the players as far as the day is concerned. But the big one is the one you see there, second from last, second from bottom of your page. Ben Robb for Steve West 2, because that's the one that's seen Ben Robb go through to Saturday night's final. And it was a game littered with quality, a game littered with big moments as well. And myself and Matt are going to dissect some of the key talking points now. I'm going to go straight out of the gate because we expected it to be a game where it may hinge on big moments, and Steve West comes out the gates charging, 12 dart leg, a 160 out, and we're probably thinking at this point, right, Steve's here, he sees the finishing line, he may motor home.
That 160 out was a real big moment as well, because Ben Robb had set himself up after 12 darts on a nice simple 2-darter. And as a player going into that situation, you think, get out there, go out in 15 or under, force him to have to do a 12, and he just did. Ben Robb cancelled that out, though. 4 maximums in that game. It was a game that really was set up perfectly, where it was just a straight shootout. There was no leg possibilities or the different scores, and the players could go out there and treat that like a final. And that's what happened there, and we saw the very best from them both, and they treated to a really good game.
Do we see 2 elite-level operators go at it, hammer and tongs?
Certainly here in the Super Series, and for what we expect here, that was a very, very top sort of level. And Ben Robb, rightly so, winning the group after an absolute perfect day, going through the card, winning 5 games from 5, and doing so not just having everything his own way. He's had to come from behind. He was 3-0 down in his opening game. So he's done really good qualities across the day. I expect to see Steve West join him on Saturday night after what we've seen from him, not just this week, but in general at the Super Series. I think both players will get through.
And it could have been so easy when he busts the 16 on the, obviously the double 8 hitting it into the 16. It could have so easily have gone wrong in the mind of Ben Robb, but the composure of the next visit just to eradicate it from that mind speaks a lot about his mental strength.
And that is how different a game and a group and a week can hinder on a moment. Because had Steve West have gone up and hit and took that leg and took us to a deciding leg, maybe that composure wouldn't have been there in a deciding leg when he feels the opportunity was there and presented itself and he's let it slip. And that's just how fine and these games of darts just balance in these short format matches.
Well, let's have a look and see how things ended up then in Group A. This is the final standings. Ben, Robb and Steve West both level on points, but it is that superior legs difference there for Ben Robb, which sees him over the line. Jeffrey de Graaf was the third best player, and in the end, 6 points back of the top two. Tony Wood, fourth, Marco Kantele fifth, and Simon Adams sixth. And it was interesting with Ben Robb because he had a strong day Monday, strong day Wednesday, and to be fair, that kind of cancelled out that blip a little bit in the middle on Tuesday.
Yeah, and when I look at the table and I look at those positions, I just look at every single player and I think every single player's got their own individual story. It's very rare we see this. Normally we can dismiss different people for different reasons, but we look at those 6 players and everyone's got something, a question to answer other than Ben Robb, who's already through to Saturday, where Steve West just missed out. Does he sort of recompose well? We've seen Tony Wood start really bad and Marco Kantele start really bad this week, and then towards the back end of the week they've really picked it up. Are they going to get through Group C? Simon Adams is going the opposite way. He's started well and he's tailing off. There's so many questions, and it's going to be a really good Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see. Let's have a look now and break down the tournament bracket as we reach the halfway point of the week. Ben Robb, the first player through to the finals. Now, look, Group B jumps out the page. To be honest, that feels a little bit like a Champions Week group, if we be honest.
That's a really good Group B. I'm really excited. I've said it all week to see Shane McGurk. He's played some very good darts over in Ireland when we was over for the WDF Irish Classic, and he won 2 of those tournaments, reached a quarter-final of another one as well. He's in there with Conor Heenahan, a man who loves a 9-darter. In fact, we've got 2 players that have hit 2 9-darters in this venue. Both are in that Group B. If there's ever a week where we can expect to see a 9, this could be it.
As far as Conor Heenahan's concerned, we talk a lot about his 9-dart heroics here at the Super Series, and we've seen him hit the post a couple of times in France. But is it at a point of his career where he needs to be known a little bit more than the man who's hit the 9-darts, as a man that lifts trophies on a regular basis?
It's not a bad thing to be known for, is it? The man who hits the 9-darters. You want to be known for something, and that's what stands out for him at the moment. Yes, he wants to be winning trophies and lifting titles. At the moment, he's just lacking that consistency, but he's still a developing and growing player, and I think we're going to see that unfold as well over the next couple of days.
And just very quickly, who out of Group A stands the best chance in Group C?
Oh, great question. And it's a great question because I'm not sure. And I don't like to sit on the fence. I like to give bold predictions. I like to stick it out there. But when we look at what we've got in terms of the players, there's so many question marks. I've been impressed with Kantele today.
Hold on. Just checking for splinters, that's all. Right, that is it for us here at the Super Series. We're going to be back from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon on the Super Series YouTube channel. Then we're going to be live on Sporty Stuff TV from 2:30 to see the conclusion of the session. But as far as Group A is concerned, well, Ben Robb's it right at the death. We'll see you tomorrow.